Hello, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome all to the Azz Tech Racing League series here at Road America. Welcome all to the Azz Tech Racing League endurance series here at Road America for the 800 miles of Road America. Here are your standings going into this round. Azz Tech Racing currently lead with 282 points. If you're a racing team with 213 points. SRB Motorsport by Litvinger 185 points. SRB Motorsport, the sister car, 163 points. Big Pig Racing Orange would 137 points. Pandemonium Esports X Sim Live Gold with 119 points. Sim Racing Gold, Pole Sim Racing Gold, 117 points. We go down to VGTR Esports with 112 points. And Suboptimal Racing with 107. WMG Motorsport with 102 in 10th. In 11th is QRT Esports with 92 points. And GMI Sim Racing with 89 points in 12th. A&R Endurance at 13th with 78 points. With DRS Esports in 14th with 71 points. We then go on with the second centers. K1 Esports have 56 points, are in 15th. FR Racing Team Limpets are 16th with 54 points. Rebellion Esports 17th with 49 points. CFR Racing Team are 18th with 44 points. Quartermass Racing Team are 19th with 21 points. K1 Esports and 20th with 18 points. Big Pig Racing Yellow are 16th with a 21st with 16 points. That rounds out your LMP2 standings. Let's go in and look at the GT3 standings. What Racing Esports are your leaders with 260 points, followed by W2W Racing Blue with 194 points. Fast Repair Motorsports are third with 164 points. R&L Raw are fourth with 153 points. Turn 1 Sim Racing are fifth with 139 points. SDK E-Racing IMSA are sixth with 133 points. Vortex are 7th with 126 points. Big Pig Racing Blue are 8th with 121 points. STK Racing IMSA are 9th with 114 points. Rebellion Esports are 10th with 109 points. Fast Repair Motorsport 11th with 97 points. Beaver Grease Racing are 12th with 80 points. And Xanity Rate Motorsport Blue are 13th with 78 points. LD Racing are 14th with 74 points. We then go and have a look in the rest of the standings. Pole Sim Racing Silver are 15th with 67 points. The Wrong Stuff Red are 16th with 64 points. WT Racing Red are 17th with 60 points. LNG Motorsport are an 18th with 45 points. Bubblegum Racing Team Green are 19th with 36 points. One Horsepower Racing are 20th with 30 points. And K1 Esports are 21st with 21 points. WTW Racing Green are 22nd with 20 points. And Unlucky Gaming Motorsport 23rd with 8 points. And Totally Safe Drivers are 24th with 0 points as we stand. You join us at the perfect time, ladies and gentlemen, as we are going to transition into qualifying for this race. This is currently your standings at the minute of the race, as my lights start flashing because checkered flag is out for practice as we head into the qualifying session. But we welcome you all to racing here at America's National Parks, Park of Speed, Road America. A 4-mile masterpiece in the Elkhart Lake of Wisconsin is a driver's paradise. Its flowing layout featuring iconic corners like the kink and the carousel, and challenges even the skilled racers with its blend of high-speed straights, technical turns. Road American consistently delivers thrilling competition and unforgettable moments for the fans and drivers alike. Joining me in commentary today will be Porsche Boxer driver Will Kurtler. But as we approach into qualifying, Will is not here, so I will happily do the commentary. Okay, welcome Will to the broadcast. Will, what do you think? How excited are you for this race?
Two classes. It's not the sort of circuit.
Um, and welcome to the broadcast. We've got Will Kirtler, Porsche Boxer driver. Will, how excited are you for the race?
I'm excited for this one. I think it's going to be interesting from a spectator's point of view, especially with a one-lap shootout quali, different to usual. So that's going to be interesting. That might shake up the starting grid and might cause maybe a bit of carnage at the beginning, maybe. It wouldn't surprise me if we see a safety car in the first hour or so. That's my predictions for the race so far. Let's see how it goes.
Yeah, it looks to be an exciting race as we are here in qualifying. And it's going to be ever so important to get. Obviously, this is a one-lap shootout, so this one lap counts. And Will, as you know, you're a racing driver. You know that how every lap is important. You know, every practice lap, every piece of data, information is important just for this one lap, and it's also the most. It decides where you start. How important is qualifying?
Qualifying is probably the most important part of your race. More so with sprint racing, because in sprint racing, you know, you've only got a 20-minute, 25-minute race ahead of you. But luckily, a race like this is roughly going to be maximum 7 hours in the regulations. It will play a part to get out of the traffic and get some clean air and be able to fuel save. That's what teams are doing. So if you get a good qualifying, it gives you more to play with your strategy as well with your team. So that's why all the teams will be going out there with their fastest driver in quali to try and help with their strategy for the race.
See, Road America is it's an iconic track in the United States. Obviously, it's described as America's national park of speed. How tricky is a circuit like this?
They only ever raced this circuit on iRacing, not to the degree that people here at the ATRL league are doing. This is quite a big race for them. So it is a hard one. So especially with in the GT cars, it's going to be trying not to get in the way of the P2s, and with the LMP2s trying to be respectful when overtaking. So it's all going to be about respecting each other out on track to have a great race.
So I think it's right we go on board with the driver who's currently setting the first lap. Patrick Reinhardt here in car 58 in the LMP2. He's going to be the first driver to set a purple, well, not a purple lap. It will be the first time lap of this session. What lap time is Patrick Reinhardt going to set as we go down the back straight? Patrick Reinhardt down the line. What position is the A&I Endurance Esport going to be? Well, it's going to be first, but what is going to be the first lap time? Ooh, it is a 1 minute 50, and it's immediately beaten by K1 Esports, who go 5/10 quicker. Zahid Khan is not that far off either. But Samir Ashir in the EFA Racing Team 46 going second as well. Got a lot of Big Pig Racing go first as well. So we've had 3 lap sets so far. And here comes Zahid Khan. Zahid Khan, where does he put this guy? Puts them P6 as it stands.
GTs have started coming over as well now, so
yeah,
that's looking interesting. I think that Walk Racing Esports have just set a 2032, which is
yeah.
over a second quicker than P2 at the moment. So it'd be interesting to see what times we'll see now on the GT cars.
Yeah, it's obviously a 1 lap shootout, so everything counts at the minute. So, you know, every tiny bit of information is important here, and you know, it dictates where you start in this Grand Prix. Obviously, this car, the McLaren, it's an iconic GT3, the McLaren 720S GT3 Evo. And what position is Andrew Lott going to be? I think he stays where he is. Well, 16th overall at the minute. We've still got quite a few lap times to go ahead. I mean, probably around about 10 more people to set a lap time. Martin King here in probably one of the most iconic liveries. You know, suboptimal racing. I've said this for the last 3 races we've done a broadcast. This is my favourite livery. It reminds me of a Lethal Company type livery. The the illusion element of this. And Martin King set quite a few purple sectors. Where is Martin King going to go? Martin King goes top of the leaderboard with 1 minute 49.7. So that is provisional pole as we speak. I must say our championship leaders, Azz Tech Racing, will not be partaking in this race. So for the rest of the grid, it's a massive opportunity to gain. And SRB Motorsport go up to 5th. Let's see if there's on board with Trevor here. Trevor Cranston in the Trump 2024 livery here at Road America. And I don't know if they're going to set a lap time. But it is a 1-lap shootout. So every single lap counts here. But we're going to go with George Reyes here. And I believe a W2W Racing blue car. And what position are they going to be? It doesn't look like it's going to be a brilliant lap. Is this their out lap?
You believe that is, yeah.
No, is that their qualifying lap?
No, I think that's their out lap. They're on their flying lap now.
Okay.
So only set a sector 2 time.
Will, talk me through this lap.
So, from our experience, you just got to use all the exit curves. So, exit curves are very important around a circuit like this. Just use as much of the track limits as possible to a degree where race control won't be paying attention. So, race control for this race will be James Smagrisdale and Harry Short. So, only 2 people in race control. So, teams could try and get away a little bit with track limits if anything was mentioned in their driver's briefing. So, it's going to be an interesting race. So, you come down here, you've got to keep an eye on your braking point. All the drivers have a different braking point. As I said, as I've just seen there by the driver, he's used all the track on the entry and the exit. That's important. It's always got to look through the corner.
So he's gone wide. Unfortunately, there. I think he has lost for lap time.
That'll be their lap over. So he's still going to push anyway because it's a 1-lap shootout. So there's no point in backing out of that. So I'll let you carry on with the rest of that lap actually.
Yeah, obviously this lap's invalid. He's going to go off track.
Yeah, I think he's aborting that lap.
And I think this one's going to be interesting. Aramas Zelinsky in the LMP2 here, in the SRB Motorsport car. Let's see how they do. Will, describe the rest of the lap here.
Yeah, so this is a different section. I think this is coming into like sector 2. So he's good. With the P2s though, they're a lot easier to lock up than a GT car. So it's all about trying to be smooth with the braking. So that's going to be what he's trying to do, is not be too fierce, because if he locks that car up any part around the circuit, he's going to lose half a second plus of time. So through this section here, he's just keep his foot in. As you can see on his dashboard there, keeping it in the highest gear he can to get the best run through the corner he can possibly get. Coming down into this corner is where you would think a driver would lock up. So he just missed the apex a little bit there, but he's still got a good exit. I think it could be a good lap, because I believe he's got a purple sector in sector 2, so he could be up there. I reckon this could be a P3 on the grid.
As we go down the back straight, Aramas Zelinsky in the SRB Motorsport. Where are they going to go? Where is Zelinsky going to qualify for this race? The lap time, is it good enough for pole position? No, second. He's on the front row. That is still a good lap, but there's still one more person, and this is Yanis Vilmerson in car 35. The DRS esports car, as they go through the penultimate corner.
I think it's going to be a best of laps for them, looking at their split times, but there's still just getting that lap on the board will make that big difference for them as well. So if they can get in the middle of that P2 pack, that'd be good for them.
And what position? That is 11th overall, 11th in class. And ladies and gentlemen, that is qualifying, but we have someone else on track. It's a GMI sim racing car. Is this a tactical decision, Will, with the track evolving?
I think this would be a tactical decision, actually. I think that is a good point. So obviously the track will evolve through the practice session, the quali, and obviously through the race. So what they're thinking is the track's got the optimum heat for them to get their tyres warm. So what they're hoping for is just to get that one lap where they can maybe put the pressures down on the tyres and go straight out there and get the lap in. Seeing the team name, I think a lot of us in the sim racing world recognise them. So they've obviously got some experience, and they know what they've probably raced around this circuit a few times, so they know when the best time is then for let the driver out the pit lane.
Yeah, obviously, with it being a 1-lap shootout and track evolution, I think playing it playing it tactically is probably the best advantage you could possibly get going into a race like this. Pole position here at Road America is going to be ever so important, especially with the nature of turn one and the nature of the entire circuit. It's described as America's National Park of Speed, and it's ever so important to get the right position.
Yeah, I think they could get a good lap in here. Being honest, I'm not sure where they're going to place. I still think this, seeing how they're doing, it could be a top 3 time. But I've had no sector time. They're on their outlap as well, actually. So we've had no
Yeah.
sector times come through yet. But seeing their outlap, they're pushing on the outlap. That's just to get the tyres into that best operating window as well. They're now on their flying lap, so this is going to be interesting. Now, they are pushing very hard. So we've had the first sector time come through. It's not on the pace of the other cars in class. Let me just make sure. It's not completely on the pace of the other cars in front, but seeing that though, their sector 2 times right up there is one of the best sector 2 times. So that sector 2 time was third fastest. So it could be a top 5 time on it. If they get this last sector within a tenth of the lead car, I think it could be P2. P1's half a second in front of P2 on the time they've set. So it's going to be interesting to see how this one plays out.
Yeah, obviously it's green sectors so far, but this is obviously their first lap. But we're not seeing any purple sectors, so at the minute is nothing exciting. But as we approach sector 3, the penultimate sector around Road America, not the penultimate, but the last sector, I should be correct. But it's ever so important. But we've got a purple sector here. They're pushing. Oh, they've gone off. They've gone off. But will the lap still count? I think it is.
As I mentioned earlier, locking up the brakes on those P2 cars when they pushed that little bit too hard would knock you right off balance.
Is an orange sector.
There.
And
I think this is
they're going in the pit. They're going in the pit lane. And ladies and gentlemen, that is qualifying done and dusted for today. Unless we have Rob Evers, George Reyes, Diddy the Vermick all come out. That is 2 GT3s and 1 LMP2 left. But with the time left, we haven't got much long left. And I think we can just wait and see. But what's going to happen here? But ladies and gentlemen, as I said, it's the ATRL Endurance Series Season 1 around for Road America for the 800 miles of Road America. Your broadcast team for today is me, myself, Dylan Mystery, and Will Kirtler, Azz Tech Racing.co.uk, and check out RSR Sports Classic for more information. But we have gone into the warm-up. That is qualifying done. That was an interesting qualifying, Will.
Yeah, so it's obviously a little bit different to how we're used to it as a 3-lap blown quali. That was just a little bit of an error this morning, but the drivers were happy to do a 1-lap shootout. I mean, you can get on with the race a lot quicker. Drivers can get out there. In terms of the quali, I think that was a good quali from a lot of the drivers. It shows that some drivers prefer the 1-lap shootout and they know how to get their car into that zone, while others would prefer the 3-lap because it gives them more leeway on making mistakes.
Yeah, so we're going to go ahead and look into the qualifying results. So Suboptimal Racing have taken pole position with a 1 minute 49.750. SRB Motorsport joined them on the front row, followed by Big Pig Racing, K1 Esports, VGTR Esports, SRB Esports with 6th, EFIT Racing Team a 7th, Weather Motorsport Group a 8th, A&R Endurance Esports a 9th, Derby Racing Team a 10th, 11th is Digital Racing Esports, Rebellion Esports at 12th, Weber Motorsport Group 69 at 13th. We're just going to get What Racing Esports are on pole in GT3. The championship leaders STK Racing Games are fifth behind, followed by Beaver Grease Racing, RNL Raw, WT Racing Red, Turn 1 Sim Racing, WT Racing Green, LD Racing, Rebellion Esports, STK Racing Team IMSA, Big Pig Racing Blue, LNG Motorsport, One Horsepower Motorsport, and GMRI Racing set no time, Vortex Black set no time, and Big Pigs Racing Yellow, WT Racing Blue also set no time. But we're here for the warm-up at the minute, and Will, how important is a warm-up before a race?
So the warm-up, it depends on the team. So some teams would like to go out for a quick warm-up. You see it a lot with Le Mans. There'll be like 10-15 more warm-up like it's happening now. More if you've just done some setup changes after the quali and want to see how it is, or if you have a driver that's uncomfortable. Some teams just won't want to go out there. They don't want to smash the car up right off, and they just want to keep the car in one piece and the driver to be fresh for the race.
Yeah, obviously, this is obviously sim racing, so if you do crash, it's not the end of the world. Obviously, in a warm-up, you can obviously reset to pits and go out again. But obviously, considering qualifying was only, 3 laps maximum, or 2 laps, the out lap, hot lap, and maybe the in lap, you know, testing the car out and in these conditions is ever so important.
Yeah, so the war up now, I think people are just trying to see where they could have made time in that quali session. So some of the top teams will just go out to get that extra track time. So like Walk Racing Esports, they're out there again on track. So they're a leader in the GT3, who I predicted will win the GT3 championship. So it'll be interesting to see what teams have chosen to go out and what teams haven't after the warm up.
I can obviously check the data. There's probably around about 5 cars that have not gone out, but maybe that's personal preference, or maybe that's just, we're going to take a break. I'm starting the race. I'm just need a breather, really. It's what the momentum. We're going to talk about championship leaders going into the race. I mean, in LMP2, there's a big absence, which is Azz Tech Racing not partaking in this race. They've chosen not to enter, but it's going to be a big chance for Iffia's racing team, who is, that they've got 213 points. They are Azz Tech Racing's closest competitor at the minute. How important is a race like this going to be for, the rest of the LMP2 grid, knowing that the main competition is not racing today?
I think it's going to be a big thing, because obviously they've had Azz Tech Racing. They have a couple of drivers that rotate, and they have a lot of top drivers that take part, who have done brick car, etc., like that. So having that team not there is giving that top, I would say, probably the top two, second and third in the championship, with the points gap there is, a chance to gain on Azz Tech Racing or even overtake them. And I think for the next round after this, it'll be very close if they turn up back on the grid.
Yeah, obviously, Azz Tech Racing choosing not to enter this race. But then we can also talk about Walk Racing Esports. They're the championship leaders in GT3. They dominated the first 2 races. I mean, first in the first 2 races, and they unfortunately finished 7th in round 3. But they're comfortably ahead. And how important is it to keep consistency up in the series?
Consistency is key, especially with like the endurance stuff, where we've all done. So a lot of us have done, especially the admin guys and some of us commentators. We've all done kart and endurance races as well as some kart endurance races in person. So being consistent is one of the most important things. Doesn't matter how quick you are, just that consistency is key. So if they do seem like a very consistent team from when we've been watching them. So it'd be interesting to see how they do. All their team, like all their drivers, seem to be within the same pace, like maybe within half a tenth of each other. That benefits the team a lot, because it gives you more to play with when you put your driver out. With some teams, you might have a driver who's really quick, one who's in the middle, one who's not as quick. So for them, the strategy will be a little bit easier with an equal match of drivers.
Yeah, I'm just hoping I can get the grid up for this for the race. Looks like we're not going to get him. we're not going to get the. I'm not going to be able to show you the starting grid at the minute. But as you can see, we've got Jemery Debova here in Vortex Black. We're going to talk. Will, how important is it to obviously track limits around this type of circuit? How important is it to keep obviously the car within the track limits and avoid going wide?
So yeah, as we mentioned earlier, track limits here it seems quite lenient. So if you go on track limits, you're pretty much going to be on the grass or in the gravel. So it's not going to benefit you, and you're just going to lose loads of time. A lot of the curves you can use on the exit, so making the most of those exit curves will be most important. But then you've got to keep an eye on like your tyres and make sure your tyres are not going to be knackered as well. And if you're fuel saving, work out what the best line is to take.
Yeah, that's the main thing. Obviously, preservation of your tyres and in endurance races, especially for the LMP2s. I mean, obviously it's a different type. It's obviously a different type of driving style. To obviously the GT3s with no ABS. How important is it just not to lock up and flat spot the tyres?
Yeah, so it's so important not to lock up. So especially, I've driven the P2s a couple of times in endurance races and I raced myself, and locking it up is just ruins your race. As we saw in quali, the last team who could have been up there in the top 5, they locked it up on the second last corner, and it shows that you've got to just gently use the brake. You can't just slam it like you can in the GT cars, which have ABS.
Yes, obviously, if I've had a few times where I've been driving and I've had my foot, I've not had my foot on the throttle, and it's put my my pedals must have got dust on something, and caused me to go straight on. I'm trying to brake, but I'm locking up and I have nowhere to go. The LMP2s and the Daytona prototypes are ever so punishing. Around any circuit, it doesn't matter what circuit you're at. They will punish you if you don't brake properly, or you've not positioned yourself correctly either. Got 1 minute left of this warm up before we start the Azz Tech Racing League Endurance Series, 800 miles of Road Atlanta, round 4. The race we predict is going to be around about 7 hours long. And, consistency is key. It's a different circuit. I mean, Road Atlanta, which was absolutely nuts. It's a similar circuit. You've got to admit, Will, Road Atlanta, Road America, very similar types of circuits.
Yeah, so it seems like similar era in a way. So I don't know the history of either circuit, but the way they're laid out, the type of way the circuit's been designed, you can tell they're very similar. So for some drivers, it will benefit them if they like that circuit as well.
Yeah, ever so much. And obviously we've got quite a few American teams. Oh, and that is a BMW in the wall. Ladies and gentlemen, it is time for the race. It is time, ladies and gentlemen, for the race. Let's go ahead and do good. Philip Burgess is on pole position for Suboptimal Racing Team, followed by Aramis Linskas in the SRB Motorsport by Litvinger. Francesco Peterlin is in Big Pig Racing Orange, followed by Evan Langley in K1 Esports. Ethan Reed is 5th, followed by David Laramus in SRB Motorsport. Samir Ashard is 7th in the EFA Racing Team. And Braden Hill is 8th in Weber Motorsport Group. In 9th is Patrick Reinhardt in the Esports 58. Ellen Parnell in Derby Racing Team is 10th. Yanis Vilmus is 11th in Digital Racing Esports, Digital Racing System Esports, and Trevor Krasno is 12th in the Rebellion Esports. Go down to Roberto Comdebson in the Weber Motorsport Group is 13th, and Marius Solinson is 14th for the GMR Sim Racing. We are starting formation start, and Rob Evers is 15th, did not set a lap time. Danny Nino is first for the What Racing Esports, followed by Daniel in the SRT KM. So we're going to go through these quickly as we are on the formation lap. These are your starting positions for today's race. So the LMP2s are going to go ahead. It's James Smagerscale. We're going to, I do apologise, I'm just going to, get Mr. Smagerscale a bit higher because I don't seem to be able to hear him.
A bit muddled up there, I got my brain a bit muddled, there we go.
Will, it's going to be an exciting one. We've not got long left until we say the iconic words here at Road America.
Yeah, so it's going to be an interesting start. So I think to begin with, it'll be all right because the split start. I think it mainly be the when the lapping starts to happen because everyone's still going to be bunched up until the pit stops come into play.
Yeah, obviously everyone's going to be bunched up. We're a bit organised for today's race. I think as an organisation, we've learnt our lessons from the previous races. We've had 4 races now. We started off in Daytona in August and September time. We visited Road Atlanta. We've been to Sebring, and we're here at Road America before we head over to Spa in January. Christmas time is here, as people would say, but for the ATRL Endurance Series, we've still got a race. Obviously, Road America, 4-mile masterpiece in the Elkhart Lake in Wisconsin. It's obviously America's national park of speed.
Looking good that the grids have spaced themselves out, so that's looking good.
Yeah, obviously they're all positioned. They're keeping a gap, and that's what you want to see. But obviously the timer has already started. So obviously the timer for this race is 7 hours. We have 7 hours to complete the 198 laps that are scheduled. But if we don't complete the 198 laps, we wait until the timer goes down. But obviously we could involve safety cars, full course yellows. They could add up, and we might not even get to the 198 laps. But suboptimal racing, Martin King, in one of my favourite liveries of the grid. Ladies and gentlemen, if you're watching here on YouTube, aztecracing.co.uk is the website you want to go to if you want to join our leagues on Xbox and on iRacing. As we approach the penultimate corners, the safety car is heading in. We've got 2 classes here today, LMP2 and GT3. So all about positioning here. We've got 15 LMP2s and 15 GT3s. We have an equal set of numbers today as we go down the penultimate corner. Martin King is your pole leader.
Okay, LMP2 prepare for green, leader has control.
And as James Smagerscale said, the leader has control. It's all about Martin King here. It's got to get nailed this importantly because the GT3s are gaining. I know it is a sizable gap, but if carnage happens, anything can go long. It's green flag. It's go, go, go. Here at Road America, Martin King gets a brilliant start.
GT3 prepare for green, GT3 leader has control.
Yeah, it's nice and steady around turn 1. That's what we don't. So 2 wide in places there. So just got to keep it clean. Keep it clean for the first hour. Get into a rhythm and then go for it.
And we're going to go on board with GT3. And I'm going to say the words again. It's up to them to decide. What racing esports is it going to be? Go, go, go! In GT3, the green flag is out. The championship leaders lead as we go into turn 1 here at Road America in the GT3s.
Got a good jump there on the P2 car, so they can try and pull away from this pack behind. So they're going to obviously start battling between each other.
Yeah. We're going to go on board with... So far, so good is the best way to describe it. We're going to get some of the data up, the interval, and the gaps for you, ladies and gentlemen, back home. So suboptimal racing esports. are in the lead. They've got a good 0.8 of a second ahead. It's tight around here.
It'll be interesting when they catch the GT3s. I don't know how long that's going to take. Maybe, I'm going to say 5 or 6 laps. Maybe wrong, but I think it'd be interesting when they catch him. It won't take them too long at the moment. It'll take them a little while at the moment for the ones near the rear of the P2 fields, just due to them battling. So there's been a few position changes. SRB Motorsport have made the most positions up on lap 1 of 3 positions, according to our live timing. So that's a great gain for them. Some teams have lost positions, but in the GTs, nothing's really changed. So it looks like the P2s is where it's going to be at to begin with.
Yeah, I think that's where we're going to be, and we're going to say hello to the GT3s. They're just going through their sector, but Warp Racing, there hasn't been many position games. ATRL Raw have lost a position, but it's a minimal position. It's only 1 position. They're still not far behind either. You know, they can still gain, and you know, it's one of these circuits where there's only 1 big back straight, so getting in that slipstream and tow is going to be ever so important.
Yeah, I think the main thing will be the track limits. So we're seeing it coming up on our screen, people getting pinged for track limits because it'll come up as off track. So I think people got to be careful not to get too many penalties because that could play a big role in this race.
I mean, Evan Langley in the K1 Esports 21 is already on 5 off tracks. We've only done 2 laps of the race.
Yeah, that's good going. The problem is it'll carry over to the next driver as well, so you don't really want to give your teammates too much on their shoulders for the seems like a car. No, it's a glitch. You don't want to give them too much to think about with the track limits. You want to give them a little bit of leeway for the odd one here and there.
Yeah, so far it's been, I don't want to jinx myself. I know it's only 3 minutes into this race, but so far it's been clean. I think we're going to go on the most exciting, and we're going to go on board with, I believe that is, well, we're on board with a few of the LMP2s.
Oh, the W2R Racing Blue has made up 3 positions on that last lap. So in GT3, so they've gone from the rear of the field and they're working their way back up. So obviously they have the better qualities, and now they're trying to get up during the first stint to then be able to hand over in a good position. Nice and clean though, to be honest, for the first, what's this, 4 minutes?
Yeah.
We haven't got much to say because everyone's just got in their rhythm now, so we'll just see what happens.
Now, ladies and gentlemen, if you are a driver, team manager, or just want to chit-chat, feel free in the ATRL Discord server to join interview and waiting room, and we'll be happy to talk to you in the race. Obviously, the top 3 in both classes at the end of a race are required to join the interview waiting room for the post-race interviews. Oh, lovely graphic of sausages in the background there in turn 9. And as we approach the kink, the ever so important kink around Road America. As we go down the back straight, you can see the camera vibrating as we go into Canada corner. Let's go into the final corner, and we let the chopper
position in in GT3 for P2. So that's,
according to my data here, Will, it has stayed the same.
My live timing is glitching.
See, it's been nice and quiet, obviously, so far in the race. I mean, James Bagersgale has been blessed with not having to call full course yellow or safety car so far. Obviously, the race director being able to keep his pants on at the minute is the best word to describe it.
Yeah, it'd be good if they could be quiet in the race control for once.
Yeah, I mean,
They don't want to have too much coming through. But to be fair, it's only been 6 minutes, so I reckon as soon as cars start lapping, there'll be some pushing off track and what we see in endurance racing.
I mean, we're going to go on board with Martin King here. Will, describe, Martin King, he's going through this corner here. He's trying to hold the speed. He's got a 2-second gap between him and P2.
Yeah. So he's in a good position here, to be honest, because he's got that gap on the car behind, and he's also got the gap where they can't get the slipstream off him. So obviously he's far enough ahead where the slipstream is probably around 1.5 seconds in these sort of cars. So their car behind is just outside of that. So if he just keeps going at this pace, he'll be in a good position coming to the pit stop. But it's been the first 4 laps, anything can happen. It's a long race, and when they catch the GT3s, working your way through the traffic is going to be the hardest part.
Yeah, obviously, soon as the two classes mingle, and the lapping starts happening, the blue flags, the blue and yellow flags, carnage will unfold, and it's not that far. They're not far from each other now. They're only a couple of corners between each other. I mean,
I predicted 5 laps, so I think I was bang on.
Yeah.
Well, I think it'd be 6, maybe 7, maybe the beginning of lap 7. The GT3s seem to be battling hard. I think they know their team are probably telling them that the P2s are on their way. Try and get in a position where you're ahead of the car you're trying to get past to allow yourself some space.
I mean, as we go into turn 5 here, we've still got a few GT3s going in turn 8, and the LMP2s are going in turn 6, and I think the GT3s are turn 10. So they're only a few corners ahead. I mean, 14th and 15, they're not that far.
I think they might catch you they'll catch you in a good place, I believe. I think they'll catch you on the run down to turn 1, and then the run down to, I believe it is turn 4. So they'll catch him down the straights to begin with, which would be beneficial at the beginning.
Yeah. I mean,
not a lot of position changes that last lap either, so it's all staying the same at the moment. So everyone's just getting in that rhythm and probably just wanted to get to that first pit stop to finish that first part of the race.
Yeah. And we do have a driver in the pit lane already. Is this a scheduled pit stop, or is this a crash? I don't know. We've not been given any information, but they're in the pit lane. Mikhail Sirov in the 1-horsepower motorsport car is in the pit lane.
This could be an early stop. We'll see. If they change driver, it might be an early stop just to... Maybe they saw the P2s coming, they wanted to get out of that traffic. And it might be a tactical change, hoping there's a safety car later on, and they can move to the front of the GT3 field.
Yeah,
so that'd be interesting.
Maybe it's what's the word? Maybe they've had the wrong qualifying setup.
Yeah, although their last lap was a 2:22, so that might have also been going through the pit lane. So they may have had a little knock, but I believe there must be a reason with their tactics to do that. If you don't have anything come through for an incident, obviously we'd have something come through on our cameras would let us know there's been an incident, and we could swap straight over to that. But nothing came through to say there was an incident, so it's making me think they've done a tactical change. They're out the pit lane already, so I believe that wasn't an incident. That was clearly.
It might be a refuel. They might have started the race with their qualifying setup and forgot to change the fuel. It does happen, and it is quite common. It's not just but I think we should be talking about this. They're catching.
Oh, there's a little wiggle there.
There's a bit of a...
very hard now. He should really be, in my opinion, should try and be fuel saving at this point.
Yeah.
He got that gap behind. If he could just keep that gap at 1.6.
Here we go. The P2s are lapping the GT3s, but they're doing it in the back straight. So, it's a back straight, which obviously it has elevation. You're going uphill. You're going downhill. You're going into turn 1. Oh, it's all going to be about positioning here. Oh, as you can see.
Oh, that's going to be an incident, I believe, between the GT3s.
No, they're.
They all get. Oh, they all got out unscathed. So that was good racing there. That was looking like it would be a bit spicy.
Oh, that is.
The GT3s are making the most of these P2s. What they're going to do is they're going to use the slipstream off them to begin with to allow them to get that run on the guy in front they're trying to overtake. It'll be interesting because only the leaders in LMP in LMP2 have caught the GT3s. So they've only caught, I think, is that the rear of the GT3s they've caught so far?
I think so.
It is. So it's still going to take maybe a lap or so to get through all of them, and it could get a bit spicy and some tempers may flare.
Yanis Vilma, Digital Racing Assistant Esports, is currently P15 in LMP2. He's not caught up to the GT3s. I mean, if we go on board with Ewan Parnell of Derby Racing Team, they're catching the McLaren here, car 24. They're slowly gaining they're slowly getting ahead. It's going to be a while before the lap over GT3s.
Yeah, looking at it as now, it's looking a little bit on the edge, if I will be honest. I think like something could just happen, but it's looking like the GT3s just don't want anything to happen. So they're just like, you go past, let me race my race, you get on with yours.
Yeah, I feel that's the case ever so much. Oh, that is sandwich there. WTW Racing Green. Matthew Hill last race had a few incidents in that car. I mean, incident prone is to describe. He's flashing the lights. Is he angry? Is he frustrated?
I agree with him. I wouldn't be happy with getting put in the middle in that situation and missing my apex due to them deciding to make it rewind. The P2s don't need to be worried too much about the GT3s right now or people around them.
Yeah.
You don't need to push mega hard. Try to save some fuel. Oh, timing screen's going crazy now.
Oh, carnage! There's been absolute carnage. Oh, I think we're going to see.
My screen has gone all with. Yeah, so that's a big incident.
We're going full course yellow.
I think, is that a full course yellow?
Yes.
5, 4,
so as we
3,
said, we were thinking it was going to happen
1.
in that sort of instance. If we get a replay of that during this full course yellow period, it'd be great, because I think that was definitely going to be something to do with lapping cars, and there's some GT3s involved. So that'd be interesting. That also benefits, as we said, the car who pitted. The what team was it? Car number 13, I believe. Is that who they were? Car 32. Can't remember the team. Whichever team in GT3 pitted about 4 minutes ago. This has really benefited them because now they're back on the pack, if that makes sense, under the full course yellow period. So that's benefited them very well.
I mean, we're just trying to figure out what happened. I think it's just, it's. I
think we only caught the end of that incident.
So I'm just going to rewind. So going downhill here.
So.
Oh, it's just he's gone wide, tapped.
Yeah, but that's just unlucky. That, and he's. Yeah.
Oh, that's 3 cars involved. That's just unfortunate.
He's not held his brakes there, so. I believe so. Yeah, that's a big one, and then it's carried on further down the straight. So that would be going to race control. Race control will look at that incident because that would be reported.
Yeah, we jump back on.
Will it be a full course yellow, or could it go to a safety car? That's the question.
I mean, it is a full course yellow. I don't think it will be a safety car. Obviously, 2 of the drivers involved have jumped to the pits. I am just going to check my information to see if there is any drivers involved. I mean, there's a few. You can see their wheels are a bit bent. I think there's a few are just going to try and get to the pit lane. I mean, we're on board with. Yeah, there's a few. I mean, the drivers are still able to drive these cars even with this much damage. So maybe it's just a case of the race director waiting until they're all back into the pit lane. and then calling, going for changing the conditions into a green flag.
There is a P2 there, no front end, so
Yeah, and you can see it's got broken suspension here as well, and that is car 46. So that is Samir Ashir, and that is the Ethias Racing team. And you can see that's creating a bit of a gap because obviously they're under full course yellow, but he's driving slowly. You can see the suspension's knackered.
yeah, it's
completely
on the pit limiter at the moment. So it'd be interesting what race control want to do here because of the full course yellow.
I mean,
a lot of teams have decided to pit under full course yellow as well.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, a lot of the leaders are taking advantage of the leaders are taking advantage of this and obviously pitting, refueling, maybe changing tyres. Why not take advantage of these conditions while you have a chance? I mean, there's a lot of drivers coming into the pit lane. You can see it on the graphic below. It's not just the LMP2s, it's GT3s, but the GT3s have a bigger fuel tank. So, their stints can go ever so much longer. But it is, ladies and gentlemen, here at Road Atlanta, it is still a full course yellow. We'll wait until James Magasgale, the race director, changes the conditions to green flag, but until he says so. Well,
yeah, so just checking the regulations, because I was just interested with the full course yellow procedure. You are allowed
just
to pit under the full course yellow.
Yep.
So that's benefited a lot of them there.
Green flag, green flag.
And ladies and gentlemen, it's green flag here at Road Atlanta after the full course yellow. But what has happened, Will, is that the pack is still all bunched together. Both classes are still together. So
yeah, so that's going to be the problem again, is that bunching of the pack. So the full course yellow has obviously helped spread it out a little bit due to the incident, but there will still need to be some lapping to take place in this situation.
Yeah, see, you can see it's ever so tight here, and I mean it's all about positioning. It's your responsibility as an LMP2 to overtake safely, and also for the GTs not to pull out randomly. Stay in the same position.
Stick to your line.
Yeah, stick to your line.
You're allowed the racing line, so as one of the co-founders of the league, Gabriel Yilmaz and myself know, is if you're being lapped by a GT3 or a Radical, for example, if you just stick to your line, as the slower car, you're entitled to that racing line. So you're allowed to choose where you want to go and just make it clear. Don't do any sudden movements to overtake someone in front of you. Just make it clear to the car behind what's happening.
Yeah.
That incident that happens, I think that's more just, it looked like a racing incident. That seemed like two cars trying to go into one and they just collided. And then the car behind had nowhere to go. We'll see what happens from race control. Obviously, we can see the race control messages come through on our system, so we'll be able to let the viewers know what's happening with that.
Yeah, that is ever so much true. Obviously, we'll wait until see what the race controls say. Obviously, about obviously this incident, their verdict. I wouldn't be surprised if it is just a racing incident. It's an unfortunate incident, and the drivers caught up in it. Yes, it's a shame that they were caught up in it, but in racing these things happen, and you've got to be careful, especially when overtaking, and especially around a track like this where it is punishing if you go off track. It's not like it's not like Sebring where there's a lot of tarmac, or the grass is here, and the grass will punish you if you go wide. But there is no rain scheduled today either, so hopefully we will have a bit more of a clean race. I mean, Sebring was absolutely nuts with the rain, chucked it down. But yeah, we're going to go on board with Aramas Zielinski. He's got the VGTR Esports LMP2 behind him, Ethan Reed. We're going to go on board with Ethan Reed, and this is Ethan Reed's perspective as he approaches Zielinski in the SRB Motorsport car. But the suboptimal racing team, the they pitted Martin King. He is down in P2, but, you know, he is net P1. He's done this pit stop. He pits, you know, they pitted on lap 8. I mean, there's around about, you know, some teams pitted on their lap 7 or lap 4, but in the LMP2, there's quite a few teams, the top 3 pitted on lap 8, probably for a quick fuel stop to extend this stint, you know, take advantage. You know, they've only lost 1 position, and they can easily gain it back because they've done this extra pit stop. Now, Ethan Reed here is obviously trying to stay behind in the tow. I mean, it is 0.5 of a second, but it looks huge from our perspective. I mean, we've still got all 30 cars that have started this race running, which is a miracle, you know, considering the fact that the crash that we saw earlier was absolutely nuts. I will say I like this livery. The graffiti of the logo, the gradient, the pink, the purple, the white. It is a beautiful livery for VGTR Esports LMP2 Ethan Reed. With Ethan Reed behind the wheel, I should say. Let's talk about the weather. As a Brit, we talk about the weather. I talk about the weather a lot. 90 degrees and 21 degrees air temp, 70% humidity, but it's not scheduled to rain, which is the main bit. Ellen, and we got a car that's gone backwards? We're just checking. There is a car that has LD Racing in 11th. What's happened here? Right, we're going to have a look. I've just noticed they've gone. I think they've lost about 5 positions. He's just spun. He's just spun, unfortunately, there. And the P2's got a bit unsettled, but thankfully there has been no collisions. Now let's go on board with your championship leader, Wart Racing Esports, in the Mercedes. Now they won race 1, they won race 2, but they struggled at Sebring, unfortunately. I think there was an incident late on which took them out. But they have been ever so consistent in this championship. You know, I don't want to... They haven't put a foot wrong, in my opinion. I mean, let's talk about Road America. I mean, it's a driver's paradise. Road America is obviously renowned for its flowing layout, featuring a mix of high-speed corners. Oh, he spun! He spun, and he's kept it in position. I say kept it in position. He's not lost a position yet. That was a good save by Danny Nino in car 79. I mean, the gap is still, you know, relatively big as well. Martin King here still is being pressured. 6 tenths of a second between himself and Aramas Salinskas. We're going to go aboard with the gyro cam. The gyro cam is going to illustrate the elevation around the circuit. Now he is pressuring and pressuring. He wants to be ahead of Martin King. Martin King took that pole position with a heart and a soul. You know, he didn't put a foot wrong. He positioned himself perfectly around the circuit. as the team took, a dominant pole position. And also, as I said with Will earlier, this race, for the LMP2s, it's all about gaining and taking advantage of the fact Azz Tech Racing, your championship leaders, are not racing here today. So we might see a change in the championship lead going into the 4 hours of Spa. Well, Kurt, we'll be back in a second, ladies and gentlemen. He is just grabbing food. When we talk, before we had that spin, let's talk about the circuit. Obviously, it's a driver paradise. It's obviously Road America's renowned for its flowing layout, featuring a mix of high-speed straights and technical turns. Iconic corners like the kink and the carousel demand precision and bravery from the drivers. Historic landmark obviously established in 1955, Road America has hosted a wide array of racing events, including NASCAR, IndyCar, IMSA, and Moto America. It is considered one of the most challenging and rewarding tracks in North America. It's a natural beauty. The circuit is situated on 640 acres of rolling hills, offering stunning views and a unique atmosphere. The natural typography creates exciting elevation changes and exciting blind corners. Yeah, that is true. Road America has probably one of the most, it's a circuit that is punishing, with blind corners. I'm surprised about this. We have not had many incidents so far in this race. We have one full course yellow as we approach half an hour mark already in the timer. Obviously, if we get to lap 198 before the 7-hour timer, unlikely. The race will finish earlier before the 7 hours. Now, this is your race leader. He hasn't pitted, though. Martin King, Aramis Linsky, and Davidis Laurenus has also all pitted. All pitted under the full course yellow. The field is starting to spread out now. It's... Oh, we've got to go on board with this. Leon de Perez here. This battle between these three drivers is going to be nuts. They're all within a certain gap between each other. It's trying to obviously position his car in the right place at the right time. So you've got two Ferrari. Well, we've got the Ferrari of the WT Racing Green. Got the McLaren and we've got a Porsche. That's three manufacturers all battling out with each other. You know, all within a certain time. I mean, this is what you see on them. This is Leon de Perez and bloody nose as we go down into corner here. It's all about speed, carrying the maximum speed as much as you can. That's a beautiful camera, ladies and gentlemen. I don't think they're in the session. Have we had a disconnect? Yeah, I think they've given up. We've already had our first DNF of today. So we're down to 29 cars out on track. K1 Esports are into the pit lane. It's not a jump to the pit lane. They've entered the pit lane, and I think we've already had a retirement today as well. So, fourth round of the ATRL Endurance Series. You guys can sign up if you want to race on SimGrid. There is an entry fee, but that entry fee is, you know, it goes into the prize pot, and that prize pot is distributed at the end of the season to the winners. To the winners in both classes. The main aim of today is try to keep my computer cool. It is raining here in the UK, and we have had a storm. Well, a red weather warning. Yeah, Road America is definitely a fan favourite. I mean, consistently attracts large crowds. You know, whenever you watch Road America on TV or an IMSA or IndyCar, you know, it attracts large crowds with the racing action. You know, excellent viewing areas, obviously with the elevation. It must be absolutely nuts. It's like Brands Hatch with the elevation going downhill. You know, it is an iconic circuit in the United States of America. You know, people forget, you know, the road courses in the USA, you know, how brilliant they are sometimes. I know we give them like, ooh, they're like oval racing or, you know, but the USA, you know, it's one of the, you know, it provides one of the greatest circuits. You know, Indianapolis Road Course is another one. I love Indianapolis Road Course because it's a unique circuit. I mean, the only American circuit I absolutely truly hate is COTA because it's a mix-up of European circuits. But Road America is one of the circuits which is just pure American. Oh, and that's perfectly timed. There has been a spin. We're going to figure out what's happened here. Is it just a case of... It's just an innocent spin, really. It's an unfortunate spin, but no casualties there. And as he passes the WT Racing Green, might have knackered the tyres slightly, that spin, but it's not the end of the world. And ladies and gentlemen, we've started to get a few pit stops here in LMP2. I mean, there is 3 people in the pit lane. It must be for the refueling now. And I won't be surprised if Francesco Petalin is going to head into the pit lane ever so soon. I mean, it's going to be, it's going to be ever so important to nail this here. Obviously, fuel pits, obviously, refueling, changing tyres, even changing the drive if you want to. But it's quite early on. But, if you've been doing, not just, if you're not just doing, if you're not just, you're doing practice, you're doing qualifying, you did the warm-up, you've been in that car for quite a while now. I know it would obviously does not count in the race. And as I'm correct, the leader is into the pit lane. And that would automatically mean Martin King takes back the lead. Now, he pitted around about 8 or 9 laps earlier than the rest of the pack. And it's not just him, it's Aaron Masalensky as well. And they're on a completely different strategy. I mean, the SRB Motorsport cars as well, and Suboptimal Motorsport, they're on a completely different strategy to everybody else. I mean, we might even see Rob Edwards here, who almost, the last driver to pit stop, qualifying lap, overtake. And yes, he does. And the next one, Samir Ashard as well. Now, is he in the pit? It's a long pit stop as well. So Samir Asher takes as well, and the other one is Erwin Parner and Derby Racing Team. These are all the people who pitted on lap 8 under the full course yellow, and they've gone up. And Rob Abbott, I must say this, has gained 11 positions. And guess who's also gained 11 positions, ladies and gentlemen? Leon Perez, no, wrong one. George Reyes with the WT Racing Blue. That is unbelievable. And ladies and gentlemen, we have a first penalty of the race at the minute. Big Pig Racing Orange, which is car 7, has been given a drive-through penalties and 2 penalty points for speeding under full course yellow. And I can see immediately that has not been received well by Paul Weller there. So that is from race control. First penalty, drive-through penalty. And that is not... Big Pig Racing were leading. And I think something's happened here. Oh, I guess we don't know.
Right, Darren, what have I missed during my little pit stop?
Not much. Obviously, people have, like yourself, people have been pitting. I mean, I will say this now: the drivers who pitted in LMP2 during the full course yellow, and not on lap 20 or lap 17 or 18, and all 6 of them are in the top 6. And I will say this now: the driver who almost took pole position, but I think he's pitted now, but a few of he had gained 11. No, Big Pigs Racing Yellow have gained 11 positions.
Oh, that's good going.
Also, there has been given the first penalty of the day, a drive-through penalty for Big Pig Racing Orange for speeding under full course yellow. That's the first penalty today that's been handed out, and they were leading the race before they did their pit stop. So that's an unfortunate. That's unfortunate for them. But you know, we're 45 minutes into the race. We've still got 7 hours to go. It's not the end of the world. Will, as endurance commentators, what did you eat for your lunch?
I thought I had cheese, but I obviously didn't buy any cheese at the supermarket, so I had egg on toast.
That is the most boring university meal I've ever heard.
And then I had some Marylands afterwards, and an ATRL, and that was about it. But I'm gonna have dinner tonight, and I'm gonna go have a chicken Kiev with some spicy fries things that aren't even mine. I just found them in the freezer, so I eat them.
Yeah, I think I'm gonna have some chicken wings that I made last night, and which I prepped for the race. I am quite hungry now. I've not eaten today, to be fair. But yeah, we've not had much incidents so far, but we have had a DNF. Will.
DNF?
Yep. They're not out. They're not in the session, but Mikhail Soro in one of the Car 83 Ferrari they have DNF. They were running last. They entered the pit lane quite early on lap 13. Not lap 13, but they've been in the pit lane twice. And yeah, they've DNF'd by the looks of it.
It's interesting. You think they just want to keep going and see how far they can go.
Well, you know, it's one of them things where, you know, if they've maybe had a driver shortage or power cut, or maybe, you know, the timing wasn't right, then that's understandable. But they've just vanished. We're going to go on board with Big Pig Racing Orange here, who is Martin King, who's in the lead. But we should say hello to, I think, I'm not too sure I want to go on board with. I want to go on board with Samir Ashard, who's in the Big Pig Racing Orange. And they pitted on... Actually, Big Pig Racing Orange was... I'm just checking... Was it Big Pig Racing? We've got another incident. We've got another penalty, Will. Incident between K1 Esports 21 and VGTR Esports 150. Drive-through for VGTR Esports for causing a collision. So that was the lap... That was, I believe, a lap on lap 7, where we had the full course yellow deployed. So James Magascale, we as commentators thought that would be a racing incident. James Magascale has decided to give a drive-through. What do you think of that penalty?
Well, race control going to be right at the end of the day. It wouldn't surprise me if the team decides to go back with that and say, look, this is what happens, and give their side of the story. But yeah, it probably is. We didn't have the best of camera angles. They've obviously spent 15-20 minutes looking at it because it's only just come through now. So they probably made the right decision.
Yeah, they probably did, to be fair. And obviously other stewards, they took their time. I mean, I think today we're going to see a lot of incidents come through. I mean, I'm surprised on my feed here on SCK, SCK Broadcasting providing the useful piece of kit that I need to do the broadcast here on iRacing. There has been no red moments come up, which is normally assigned to say, this incident's happened, or for example, there's been a crash. I've not had that today, so we've not had the best of information come through so far on our screens. Ladies and gentlemen, if you want to be interviewed by me and Will, feel free to join the interview waiting room in the Azz Tech Racing League Discord server, and we'll be happy to talk to you. Just please remember, no swearing on the broadcast.
Now,
let's talk about off tracks. I mean, do you want to get? You can probably see on your screen, but there has been a team that has already got 34 off tracks. That's quite astonishing, isn't it, Will?
yeah, that's good going. I must admit, 34 is a good amount to somehow get. Yeah, it's probably. I can see it on here. People are still getting the track limits. You could try and avoid them, especially on a long race. That's how you're going to make your positions at the end, is people getting the drive-throughs and penalties for track limits.
Yeah, obviously, it's all about positioning. I keep on saying positioning. You need to put, I know obviously these drivers carrying a lot of, there's P2s carrying a lot more speed than GT3s, lapping, but they've also got to keep themselves on track. I know they might lose a bit of lap time, but, it's all about playing it safe than, it all going all wrong. I mean, in Road Atlanta, Sebring, we had the leader in one of the classes that didn't do anything wrong the whole race, and then just got unfortunately taken out with an incident with a GT3. How punishing is it when a collision with an LMP2 and GT3?
Yeah, it's one of the worst things to happen is having a collision, especially when you're running well. But that's part of endurance racing. You don't know what's going to happen, so you can qualify P1, but then the guy in last actually wins the race. Yeah,
I mean, I'm going to say the word Azz Tech Racing here. The Azz Tech Racing factory team that races in the series, not here today, but that last race, with all due respect to the team, Aidan Coleman, obviously behind the wheel, they were not in contention at all for it was quite a surprising podium in the last race. I know you weren't here, Will, for Sebring, but
wasn't it, that one?
But for context, that race was carnage. It was full of rain. It was full of everything that could possibly go wrong went wrong. Obviously, Ethias Racing Team, who are currently second in LMP2 standings, obviously we're going to go on board with them. They're currently fifth. They played their strategy in this race was pitting on lap 8, and that is obviously during the full course yellow, where everybody's running on pit lane speed. How important is it for Ethias Racing Team to have pitted this early?
Yeah, it's probably gonna play into the hands some way down the line. If you obviously have your plan at the beginning, and normally most teams in this will go, right, let's each do 45 minutes or whatever a stint is, 45 minutes, hour and a half. But if it's really like thinking about it, you can really go in depth and try and plan ahead for a safety car. So it'll be interesting to see what happens. They'll probably see if the safety car does happen, or if another full course yellow comes out. It probably will benefit them in some sort of way.
Yeah, it probably will, and I think that's what they need at the minute. I mean, the average pit stops in LMP2 has been on lap 20 or lap 17, so they've been able to do the long game, but they obviously came in a lap earlier. I mean, on lap 8, they've obviously increased the fuel tank, added fuel in. I mean, they're obviously on a different strategy to everyone else. There's 5 of them on a different strategy. They're obviously all on different strategy. Let's see if this has been anything else from race control as we speak. Let's have a look. Has there been anything from race control? No. So far, all the incidents that have been obviously submitted have been involving LMP2s, which is interesting. Talking of pit stops, Will, the two drivers I was talking about, the Azz Racing team drivers, car 46, they're in the pit lane. So
is that? Ooh, that's interesting.
So is it time to pit now? I mean, there's two of them went into pit lane, so maybe we can find out what's happened here. Maybe it's a driver change, maybe it's planned. I mean, they're dropping down to P9, P14 respectively. Let's see who's coming out to pit lane now. WAN standard, so they've actually dropped all the way from from I believe that was P6 to P14. So as it stands, the ones and Martin King, you can see all the people who've pitted on lap 8 under the full course yellow are in the pit lane right now. So we're going to see Aaron Masolinsky come in the pit lane as well. It's good. Obviously, their strategy is different to, they're going to pit ahead, obviously 8 laps ahead of everyone else. But how interesting is this strategy? Do you think it will pan out? If a full course yellow comes out, do you think it will help the other teams, Will?
Yeah, the full course yellow will help all the other teams because they can lose less time in the pit lane. I think if a safety car happens, then the ones who have pitted, it'll put them to the front of the queue, and then the other teams will pit, and obviously a safety car will take a bit of time to sort out. So it really does depend on what strategy you're on. So a safety car would be the most beneficial for anyone who wants to make time. Full course yellow will just give the drivers a little bit of a break.
Yeah, and I mean, James Smagerscale is typing. I think we're going to get a penalty very soon. We're just going to find out what this penalty is and who it's for, or is it a warning, or is it, let's find out. Now, I need to shut my window. Will, you obviously live in the southwest. How has it been with the storm, weather warnings and everything?
Well, I was out last night at the pub, as usual, with one of the drivers who races in our Exports League, which I only found out when I was at the pub. And the weather, it was windy, don't get me wrong, winds flying everywhere and all that, but when you get that weather warning come up on your phone, you're thinking, it's going to be a good one. It's going to be trees down, buses falling over. Nah, it wasn't that good, to be honest, in Bristol. A bit boring.
See, right now I've just opened my window because I'm just trying to cool my PC down a bit, or obviously my PC's gone down to 53 degrees thankfully, so having the windows opened has saved me 5 degrees. This is just for longevity for the broadcast. Obviously right now in the north it is windy and I can feel it in my room. My room is getting absolutely cold. I've had to shut the window there. Right, let's get back on track. I think we should go and say hello to the GT's Trevor Sandholm in the LD racing car. Will, talk me away with this lap with Trevor.
Obviously, you're going up the brow there, so it's a little bit blind, that brow of the hill on the start-finish line. So it's going to come down. All drivers have a different braking point, so it always depends on each driver. I know my braking point would be different to other drivers. And he's going to always aim for that apex, losing a little bit of the grass on the inside, and obviously use all the exit curb. So coming down into the turn 2, I believe this is. This is obviously the most interesting corner in terms of people going to try and dive bomb you, like just happened there with the P2. Going down here, you just want to probably just try and stick to the right, make it as straight as possible, and let all those faster cars go down your inside, because it means you're going to keep that racing line. This is where we've noticed throughout the practice and quali, a lot of drivers are seeing they can use those track limits over the edge to get himself a little bit of a better exit, which actually benefits him there, especially with a car lapping him, the P2. It does benefit going a little bit wider to get that like cutback, if that makes sense, on the car in front. So it seems like he's pushing quite hard because you see the hands on the steering wheel, got a lot of movements going on at times under braking. So yeah, I think there'll be a lot of marbles on the track, a lot of grass coming onto the track in the next hour or so, especially with people clipping over the apex and using as much of the track as they can.
Yeah, I must say there had a James Francis scale incident between Walk Racing Esports 79 and STK Racing Team IMSA. Lap 7 warning for STK Racing Team IMSA 96. You must stay in first gear under full course yellow. No time gain as it was only a couple of seconds. Anyone found doing this again will receive a penalty. So this is the next penalty James Francis has given out is a what is it? The penalties given out, it's not just a warning to, this team in particular. It's a warning to everyone. It's like the race control have spotted it, the stewards have spotted it. They're stopping this loophole. It's quite important now, and we have started to see the GT3s head into the pit lane now for what is their second scheduled stop or first scheduled stop. I'm not too entirely sure, but we've had an hour pass on the time. We've got 6 hours left to go.
Yeah, it'd be interesting if we hit the 7 hours or the lap count first. So as we're running, we'll probably have to do the maths and we could work it out. But I think it could probably it's not going to be done by lap. I think it's going to be done by time. I have a feeling we may have maybe 2 safety cars this race. Is my feeling with 3 or 4 full course yellows. May as well put a little bet there. Anyone can put it in the YouTube chat. I think have a guess on how many safety cars and full course yellows. We know a lot of the drivers do like the safety cars coming out, and they do like they do say to race control. The team managers are going, well, why wasn't that a safety car? If that makes sense. So the drivers will like a safety car because it'll benefit them with pit stops, etc. But yeah, still going. Looks all right at the moment. To be fair, we've got a couple of teams who have made up a lot of positions to race, especially WTW Blue Esports, who started near the rear of the GT3 field and now running in the top 5.
Yeah, obviously, I've completely forgotten what you were going to say. I was going to say something. Oh yeah, safety cars. Yeah, obviously, in the season so far, we've only had two safety cars come out. We've had Road Atlanta, plenty of full course yellows. First safety car deployed this season was by accident. We can blame one of the stewards, Alejandro. It's not his fault. It was just we weren't too sure what we were doing. Second safety car last period lasted about an hour last race. So when these safety cars do come out, it's a big opportunity, and it's also an opportunity to save fuel and adjust your strategy. And we know these drivers, some like safety cars, some don't, but it adds a big flair to the race.
Yeah, so safety car benefits all the teams, especially if it's in their pit window, then it's brilliant. And then they can fuel save, etc. Some teams, it just won't help them at all, and it'll just cock it up for them. But if there's a safety car, it wouldn't surprise me if you see all teams pit at some point.
Yeah. Right, let's have a look on the YouTube chat. I feel the YouTube chats have been a bit sleepy today. Where is everybody in the YouTube chat? I mean, I can see we've had a message from Harry Shaw, who's in the race control. Alexander Shu. Janice is the best for the win. We'll wait and see. And then we have Koza. Good old Corey Price in the chat as well. Obviously, what Racing Esports have actually gotten on board on their YouTube channel, which is nice to see. Yeah, we can see we are 1 hour 3 minutes in. I'm saying this now, Will. There has been no significant crashes at the minute because SDK hasn't given me any at the minute.
Yeah, so that's interesting. So it'd be, yeah, that is interesting.
I will say it's I think race control right now they might be looking under a lot of the incidents they're looking at will probably be under what happened during the full course yellow, or it'll be people exploiting the rules, or it'll be some quite technical stuff people getting reported for at the minute. I don't see any big incidents being reported at the minute, and I think it's time to go on board. There is 2 cars here, separated less than a second. Got K1 Esports and SRB Motorsport battling Weber Motorsport Group. One of the Weber Motorsport car, Braden Hill, is in the car there.
You were like safety car, we hate them. Nah. Well, I quite like safety cars because it bunches everything up. As a spectator, makes it more interesting. As a driver, I quite like a safety car because you get back in the mix. Unless you're in a good position, obviously, like if you're at the front, top 5. But if you're further back in the field, it's nice to try and have a little bit of fun and work your way up.
I mean, as a driver, I've never really experienced a safety car, but being deployed when I've been racing. But I do love, as a spectator, seeing a safety car out. It brings a spectacular moment to the race. I mean, we don't want to see them out all the time, safety cars, but that's why we have full course yellows. It's a nice alternative. But yeah, safety cars bring a nice different alter. You know, it changes the it changes, your strategy, your plan. You have to start thinking. And I do believe we have had 2 DNFs now. We've had 1 in LMP2 and 1 in GT3 World. So we are down to 14 cars in each class, I think.
Yes, your maths is probably right. I think the GT3 team are having issues with the drivers in terms of what was it? I saw Sadie was mentioning something.
Yeah, I saw something in the chat. We're probably not going to discuss it on the stream. Obviously, James Magascale will deal with it all. Full course yellows are great. Yeah, I WLD Racing special livery. Yeah, I've seen the livery. It's a nice livery. It's a nice livery to look at, to be fair. Yeah, I mean, full course yellows. I mean, such a nice. It's a nice thing to have instead of safety cars. I mean, it neutralizes the field. However, obviously,
safety car breeds safety cars.
Yeah, it neutralizes the field, but it won't. You can't hit the reset button like you can in a safety car. With you being allowed to be unlapped, or having a second chance in a race. I'm still on board with this battle here. There are quite a few battles going on at the minute. Rebellion Esports lead in GT3, and Suboptimal Racing are ahead in LMP2.
Adding that element of strategy, like just been mentioned in the YouTube chat, is that's the big bit. So in terms of like endurance racing, like in person doing them, that plays a big role. So that's the only way I've ever done well in a endurance race is through a safety car and the strategy of pitting and stuff like that. So safety car helps with the strategy. Full course yellow, I feel like it's a little bit, you kind of gain a little bit less, but it does depend on how you do it.
Yes, 100%. I mean, obviously, I don't know, when I saw you racing at Donington Park, did they have a safety car that day, or? I know.
I think we did, yes.
Yeah, I remember Gabriel Yilmaz obviously racing in a different class to you guys that day. I remember they had a safety car because me and James Magasgirl were out filming. But yeah, obviously it bunches you guys up, and but also there's the element of keeping your tyres within temperature. How difficult is that?
Oh yeah, so my experience with the tyres is I've been fortunate enough to drive on different brands of tyres and different tyre setups. Every tyre is different. So like in iRacing, everyone like gets used to like a certain car and the way the tyres handle. It's the same in real life with karting and cars. All the tyres handle differently. So for like different championships, you have different tyres to run. So one set of tyres I ran this season were I had to warm them up a lot more than tyres I was used to. So that did involve a lot more weaving, a lot more braking on a formation lap. So it does teach you tyres about getting it into that perfect temperature, and having a team that also understands the pressures as well. So same with iRacing, you can like mess around with your car and stuff. Same in real life. You do a little bit of testing the day before, understand what setup you want to run, what tire pressures you're going to run. Not drivers don't really care, but in terms of like a team running it, they'll care. So a lot of the teams here, I'm assuming the front runners especially, will they'll have setups. They'll have a race setup and a quali setup. That they'll know what feels best for their drivers in each stint, and then they'll come up with one that works for all of them.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, there's times in motorsport where sim racing and real life, translate into each other. But obviously, iRacing's tyre model for a good few years was under a lot of scrutiny. I feel it's now at a point where it's in a decent position.
Yeah, I feel like so I've only played iRacing for a couple of years, and it kind of, the tyres, you learn it more in the MX-5s about how the tyres handle. So obviously for drivers now, their tyres are warm, so obviously your first lap, the tyres are going to be like stone cold. You're going to really struggle to get the grip. So obviously you can see now between the 420 and can't remember the car in front, the BMW, I think that's probably for like P1, P2 in class. I might be wrong.
Yeah.
I might be further down than that. That's where you just got to learn how the tyres handle. It's like, even in iRacing, it's so important. Like I struggle. Like if I was racing in this race right now, I'd be near the back. But in endurance racing, try hard to get an advantage. Safety punishes a team that doesn't deserve it. Safety car punishes. Yeah. So yeah, safety car is like, it's one of those things where it can benefit one but not benefit another. So if there's a safety car, like now for instance, if it happened during a pit window, it'd be quite interesting to see what happens. But yeah, it's a good comment, that.
I can now see the YouTube chat on one screen. Yeah, sorry, I'm just
to reload my chat because good old uni Wi-Fi.
Well,
Got another team in the pits. That seems like quite late or early into the stint. So am I right in thinking the LMP2s last about 45 minutes of fuel?
Yes, around about that time. I mean, I feel it's a bit early, but I think maybe it's a strategic call to get the undercut around here. But it is an endurance race. But maybe it's a driver change, so maybe it's going to be a short one, a short pit fuel stop, short tire change.
They must have saved a lot of fuel at the beginning of the race.
That's true. They did get a chance to save. They did get a chance to save a lot of fuel under the full course yellow. I mean, we've only had one full. I think this is a record. With 1 hour. I think this is the shortest amount of full course yellows we've had all season.
We should actually have betting. Like, actually, no, I shouldn't mention that on a stream. That's probably not something we should talk about. Nah, we could talk about it. We could do like a ATRL betting on the Endurance League. Friendly bets, that is. No money involved.
No, we do not prohibit betting. That's yeah. Yeah, and also this race, I feel the grid is a lot more settled, and it's a lot more predictable now than it would have been a few races ago, if you understand what I mean. I mean, there has been less. Yes, there has been incidents. However, there hasn't been as many incidents as
Yeah, so we've seen one big one, which we were assuming would happen, which was with the lapping of cars, etc. So you can see that was going to happen in the beginning of the race. Everyone's pushing really hard, but now it's settled down. I don't think we will see any more. Maybe a full course yellow at some point if a car goes off into the gravel and struggles to get it going again.
Yeah, I mean, it is yeah, I mean, if we get a safety car, I think it'll be a long one, and it'll be a good reset button for some teams. I mean, I don't think any of the LMP2s have been lapped, so I don't think it's going to really affect them. I mean, the GT3s are already, you know, the GT3s have a different race to the prototypes, so I don't think right now a safety car would make much of a difference. It'll bring the pack together, but you know, it's not.
Yeah, most people are on the same lap as well,
Yeah.
so it wouldn't really. If you're like a lap down, then obviously it would help because you get the wave around, depending where you are. That'd be the interesting bit.
Okay, I think I'm gonna just bear with me, everyone. Oh, the lag starts for some reason.
Yeah, going a bit laggy now.
I don't know why that is.
So there is a battle at the moment for P3 and LMP2 from what I can see on my live time in between. Is that three of them? Between three cars, two cars, maybe for P4?
In LMP2, yes, there is a battle
Yes.
going on. And
Is that the one on screen? Yeah.
Yeah.
In GT, there's a battle for P4 as well, and that there's a lot of battles trying to find which one is the best one.
Stop the count. Maybe.
So yeah, these teams are going to be pushing hard. I think is it all three of them battling for position. Well, maybe yeah. It seems like the gap's starting to widen a little bit there. There is a battle for P9, 10, and 11 in GT3 as well, which is very close. Oh yeah, obviously I'm new to this streaming stuff, so it's great that we've got 13 people watching. So it's great to see we've got viewers out there. Dylan's done this a little while. He's done this on the Xbox side a lot of the time, which we also run as a league. So it's great to see people out there. It's also nice with this league. Obviously, we put an entry as an entry fee for teams, etc. Even our own team paid the Azz Tech Racing factory team. They also pay an entry because that's how we do it. Everyone has to pay. So it's great to see we've had big entries as well. So obviously from an admin point of view, it's great to see we've got a lot of interest. It'd be great to have a lot of interest again next year, and hopefully we can try and get some sponsors to give us some prizes as well. So I know that's something James Snuggerscale, who basically runs the whole league with Gable Yilmaz, is really wanting to try and do. So it's great that we've got both Xbox and PC. So there's a bit there for everyone.
I mean, I must just say the Xbox side is not just Xbox. It's, you know, PlayStation 5 as well.
Console, yeah.
It's console now. It's so we've broadened it. You know, thanks to ACC obviously allowing cross-platform. It is now more, you know, it is a console league, and it's nice that we've still got, you know, a lot of us started off sim racing on console during the pandemic or many years ago. So it's nice that we have this still available. You know, as a team, we've always said we don't forget where we started from. So that's why we always wanted to keep an Xbox league within, obviously, Azz Tech Racing League when we started the project a few years ago. Originally, it was the Xbox League was going to be known as the MGPS League. Then me and James, you know, we've been good friends for a number of years, worked together. So we decided, do you know what? He was wanting to start an iRacing league. I was like, let's do it together. And do you know what? It's paid off brilliantly so far. And that, you know, we've got round 4 of the Azz Tech Racing League Endurance Series. Remember, 800 miles of Road America, 7 hours to go. And, they're both in the pit lane, Will. Talk me through this.
That's a smart move, to be honest. So that happens a lot in endurance racing in person that I've witnessed, even in 40-minute races, which is pit stop. You base it off their guy in front. So he could pit opposite to him and try and get a jump. But obviously, being the higher class car out of the two classes racing in this endurance championship, it is smart. Follow him in. Try and get a better pit stop, like stopping your stall perfectly. Try and maybe, if you don't need to do as much fuel, like plan your fuel out perfectly. It does look like the 58 go up and its jack's a little bit quicker.
So driver change.
Gain a bit of time. So that would be the interesting thing, as well as driver change. That one team might not do a driver change. So they're both going for it now. So it's interesting with the pit stops.
I mean, there is 3 drivers in the pit lane at the minute, all within same position. But let's see who gets out ahead. Will it? Obviously, there has been a driver change. Oh, that's neck and neck, isn't it?
Yeah, so that's it's probably the gap stayed about the same, but they've come right out into a GT3 battle, which probably benefit the 58 team a little bit more than the 78 team.
Yeah, I think it does.
Yeah, so that's a little bit annoying for them on the pit exit. So that's frustrating for them. The GT3s have done the great thing there, staying out of the way, do their own thing, stick to their line. P2's gone round, no incidents. That's what we like to see. I like that McLaren livery as well in the background for the LM GT3 livery from this season in work.
Yep, there we go. It's this livery here, which was run by United Autosports this year. It's almost in a link. If we talk about McLaren as a brand, I know it's a bit off subject. Not talking about
yellow in 10 seconds.
Well, you've heard that, ladies and gentlemen. We are going full course yellow.
Full course yellow.
5,
Is there
4,
an incident for
3,
this? See,
2, 1.
commentary booth, we see full course yellow, and we're
yellow.
like, what's that for? It's like GT World Challenge on the weekend, 6-hour race. We're like, why is there a full course yellow as a spectator? Turns out there was a big incident and didn't show it on stream. So what the Porsche could do here, he could slip in behind the McLaren, and he could kind of get a bit of a draft. So I know it may sound stupid, but drivers understand what I mean. Is you gain maybe like half a tenth, and getting that half a tenth can be very beneficial. All the little games, like we know a lot of these drivers, we're starting to understand on the commentary side the little things
5,
drivers do to get
4,
a little bit of
3,
extra
2,
time on the guy in front.
1. Green flag, green flag.
And we're back to green flag racing. So it must have been a small incident. I'm not too sure what caused it. I mean,
a lot of teams are taking that opportunity to pit as well, so that's going to be interesting. A short full course yellow period. Be interesting to see what the teams are saying about that and what the incident was.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to find out what the incident was. Nothing's come up. It might have been. Nothing's come up on my feed so far. We'll find out from race control. Will, would you like to drop into race control and just find out what caused that?
I'll jump in and have a chat with them.
Yep. See, we're going to find out what's happened here. One with Zahir Khan of Weather Motorsport car. Find out what's gone on here. P13 at Canada Corner. Yeah, Canada Corner. It's an iconic circuit, Road America. I mean, I've mentioned this before, and I've mentioned this a billion times. It is obviously America's national park of speed. The elevation, the scenery, the surroundings. It's a beautiful circuit. It's very hilly. It's what you want to see when you go to scenery in motorsport. It's so important, and it's it makes sense why this circuit is called the America's National Park of Speed. I want to go on board with someone, and I can see a name I've not seen for a while. Liam Knott, Turn 1 Sim Racing. In this, I can't describe that livery. It's a nice livery. It reminds me of like going to a trampoline park. And we can find out, Will, what caused that?
So it was an incident on lap 40. All they've told me is they didn't give me any details. Being racing trial, they don't really want to pass details on to the commentary team. But all I've told is the incident was on lap 40, and just involved the car raking on the grass and hitting the wall. So we might be able to get a replay of that. But there's also a very good battle on screen happening as well.
Yeah, we're just gonna. Is this? Yes, it is full position actually.
It would stick on this battle. Dylan will be able to find that replay on the system, and then we could get to that replay after this battle. But that Porsche is going to get a good run down the straight here. So he could use that P2. The P2 is going to make a move down alongside, and he could use that P2 to make a move on him into turn 1, because that P2 then forced a gap on the inside for him. Maybe not so much as I thought. Liam not there in the turn 1 sim racing car. He's gonna just wait this one out, and hopefully what he's doing is he's hoping someone makes a mistake and he can just grab that position, those 2 positions off them.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, they've obviously got lap cars. We're going to. I think it's appropriate we go ahead, and we're going to go on board with the roll bar here. Oh, he's going for it. He's going for it. Is he going to get the overtake? He's going on trying to go on the outside.
Oh, that's side by side. A little bit of door rubbing there. But see the Lamborghini now. He's just waiting. He knows it's easy. Oh, that's going to be.
That's very clean move in there.
Racing. The Lamborghini now. He's going to make a move here. He's got the run. The 720 car. He's just going to make a move on now. The 24 is just thinking, right, I need to defend from this position from little.
Oh, he's going for it. He's going for it. They're side by side, and the Lambo's ahead. What a brilliant... Oh, he's got off, but he's fine. But what I was about to say, what a brilliant piece of racing, and he's gone off track, but they're still side by side.
This is a great battle happening. So, to be fair, he's got pace in that McLaren. So you can definitely catch back up on those 2 cars in front. Or I think that'd be P7 in class. Unless I'm wrong.
No, that is a battle for P7 in class. Yes, you're correct. So P7, 8 and 9 and GT3 are all battling one another here. Porsche versus Lambo versus McLaren. But there is an overtake. I'm just going to disappear here because there is side by side here in LMP2. There's argy-bargy move racing going on here.
Everyone seems to want to do it around the same section of the track.
They're all fighting for the same piece of tarmac here. No, it's mine. No, it's yours. It's a bit like that. And they've obviously got lap traffic, WTW Racing Blue. It's got a bit of a compromised exit here. I think I should see this. So this is an overtake here, ladies and gents.
All the overtaking happening now because the pit cycle's obviously over. So it's going to be interesting, this replay, because of the GT3 in front. So how do they navigate the GT3? Nice and smooth. Nice, and that both cars got through nice.
Oh, I think something's happened here. Zach Booth. Oh, there has been in this.
Like he's had
So what's happened here? DRS Esports, I can see. WT Racing Blue, and
he's smashed him into the wall. So that's completely on the P2. We'll let race control decide on that. That's probably gone to race control.
Yeah, I'm just gonna change.
They're in the pit lane now, so they might retire the car after that, but I would assume they would want to keep that car going just to get the points for the championship. It's what matters. You can win a championship
side by side
with a
here?
bad race.
Oh, I don't know. This is
the P2 was halfway alongside, but that'd be up to race control to decide.
Yeah.
If that goes to race control, they'll make a decision on that one. So I'm going to just jump off quickly just to fill up my water, and I'll be straight back.
And that was an interesting move there. I mean, we'll see what race control say, because it is it will be up for them to decide. Time delta here between these two drivers. Oh, you don't want to go for the overtake here. Big Pig Racing versus Weber Motorsport. They're side by side. Oh, it's not wheel to wheel racing yet. Pit stop cycles clearly have brought these two drivers neck and neck. Gonna change the camera. Gonna enjoy.
Well, I'm thinking W2W Red, Red, may have retired the car, or are they still out there? No,
Well,
they're back out right now.
I'm not too sure really what's happened there.
That incident that caused that small four-course yellow, from my understanding, that was Digital Racing Systems Esports on lap 40 had an incident. But we've got so many battles on track now. We're not going to be able to have a look at that. That was a close one.
Okay, side by side here.
Cars.
No, it's not side by side, but it's very, very respectable racing here. And you've got to appreciate what we're seeing on screen here, Will. It's absolutely unbelievable. Oh, less than a tenth. Is he going to go for it? Not side by side. Less than a tenth of a second. They're hugging and tugging each other right now. Like a tug of war for position. I mean, Big Pig Racing Orange.
So, the team we're talking about on screen, Weber Motorsports Group, they've got a penalty, a drive-through penalty from lap 14. That's between them and LNG Motorsport. So that's for avoidable contact. So it's up to them. Do they want to just serve it straight away and just get out of the way, or what's their plan? If I was them, if you're battling, I'll just sit down.
Oh, well, James McIskell's just said we're going full course yellow. Something's happened with
5,
Martin King
4,
by the looks of it.
3, 2, 1. Full course yellow. Full course yellow.
It's not telling me what's gone on here. I'm not too sure what's caused this. I wonder what has caused this incident, Will. I mean, as you said, there is a drive-through penalty for Weber Motorsport Group. But I think I'm going to
That
scroll.
was from lap 14 though, so that was at the beginning of the race. So now it is an instance that we are unaware of. There we go. So it was if you go back a couple, that's it. The number 87 has got no front end. So they've obviously had a big shot in the wall. Let's see the live timing. We could use a live timing here.
Let's see what happened here. Oh, I think we can.
Small tap on the rear, mate. I think it'd be a small tap on the rear, and it's just then torpedoed into the wall. Although that looks like a big battle there between 4 LMP2s.
So let's just see what's happened here. I think we can predict what's going to happen. Oh.
Oh.
Oh. I mean,
Big race control, I have something to say about that.
We'll see what they've got to say, but we've got obviously a penalty. Well, not penalty, but we've got a full course yellow due to that incident. I mean, that's a bit. That was such good racing until that moment.
That was like we've said all day so far is locking the rears it has a big impact. So obviously that was locking the rears and then hitting the guy in front. That probably caused 10-15 minutes worth of damage to their car.
So just waiting to see the GMR sim racing car come into the pit lane. Obviously, they are missing their front end, which is why James Magasgale has called out the full course yellow, your race director for today. Your stewards today are Harry Shaw and Jake Pitt from Wales. Is your race director? Is your stewards? And I think we're gonna. We're just going to
have to complete a fair share as well.
Just going to wait. I think we're going to go back to green very soon. I mean, we're just waiting until this car gets in the pit lane. And this is a championship contender, Will. These are the Okay, I think we're going to go back to green. Were they involved with this incident?
Green in 10 seconds.
They were the ones who hit the rear. So that's telling me they've suffered some damage
5,
as well.
4, 3, 2, 1. Green flag, green flag.
We're back to. We are back to racing. Here we're on board with Big Pig Racing Yellow. I think some people are going to be a bit angry, but yeah, we've had Weathers Motorsport Group 010. So car in 7th. I'm going to go on board with them because they have been issued a drive-through penalty. But they are right on the arse, not arse, but they are right near A1 Endurance Esports. But they, as you said, they have been given a drive-through penalty. Now, I wonder if they served it. I mean, we're currently on lap 40. They did come in the pit lane on lap 47. I wonder if they served it there because their pit stop was 56 seconds. Now, I don't know if that's allowed.
So you think they've done it under the full course yellow?
Yeah.
That is, I was thinking that they might try that. So if another team, one of their competitors probably will look at that anyway and notice what they've done and put it into the stewards.
I think I'm going to have a look at this. Nope, he pitted normally.
Went for a pit stop.
Yeah, so that was a legal pit stop. Still neck and neck with these two drivers. I mean, we're going to have a look at the time delta here. And I hope in Big Pig Racing. There we go. Battle box. Giving you the information you want to see. We're going to go on board with these two here. We're going to go on board with roll bar. Now he is 5 tenths behind, so he's not super close, and he's not in it. Yes, he could go for a dive bomb, but it wouldn't be acceptable to go in these positions. Oh, he's just disappeared. No, he's fine.
So SRB Motorsports in this position, I would think would take the championship lead after this race.
Yes, obviously it depends how the points are distributed as well. So 80 points for so obviously stage points will be taken on a lap 130 no, lap 99. So there'll be stage points, but you get 80 points for being in first. So I wonder if that's going to make any difference. So I think they are appealing the drive-through penalty.
I believe so.
Yeah, so that's not been said for the Web Motorsport group. Just going to have a look and see if there's any other gaps. There is one forming, but I think we should go and have a look. And well, Curtly, you know the drill. Talk me through this battle.
This Barry, so as the chasing car, it's probably a more fun position to be in. You never want to be defended. So what Ian's just going to do is, it's good driving there by the lap car, just moving out the way slowly. You don't need to, but it's always nice if you're same class, just moving over. He's basically just going to follow him. Like I'm going to say, he's just going to keep following him and just stick on his wheels and putting them off. So once you put the driver off and they get distracted and then looking at their mirrors too much, you can go for the move. So I think he'll do it. I'll say he'll sit behind him for probably about 5-6 laps, and then he'll find a place to make a move. Because he's still probably car length and a bit behind, maybe 2-3 car lengths behind. So he's still going to have to wait a little bit. Sorry for the silence. I am just sorting out some bits on my phone. That safety car screwed us. Maybe after we left pit. Maybe he was left. Yeah, so was there safety car? Was that the full course yellow? So I think Dylan would know a little bit more. He's been here the whole time. I think he's just stepped away from his PC.
Oh no, I'm here. Yeah, so full course. It was a full course yellow. Yeah, it was a. Yeah, to be fair, it was. Me and Will had a look at that incident. It was more the two drivers involved in the incident. Like all course full course yellow was still out on track.
anyone like access to the live timing, I am sure Dylan can provide the live timing screen we use.
Oh, I think there has been an incident. I'm going to find out what's happened here.
Oh, it's happening again. Incident. Yeah, Martin. So yeah, that's the problem, isn't it? It can always screw you up the way safety cars or forecourse yellows came out. Just the way it falls sometimes. Yeah, it's annoying. Like, if it was a safety car, it might have benefited you guys more. But yeah, it's always that way. But she's still got like, what was it, 5 hours left of the race. So it'll play into your hands at some point when the team you're battling against.
Will, this happened.
Oh.
Oh, that's... I think we need to have a look at that again.
That is through the kink again. So that is the teammate of the red W2W red car I happened to earlier.
I'm going to play that again because the camera was not in the right position. Oh, was that just the case of LMP2 being too greedy there? I'm not too sure.
It's always personal opinion with incidents. So obviously every driver will say their view and their reasons. Like I've been involved in incidents and I'm like, no, it's the other driver's fault when it was actually my fault. So with that incident, I think it'll probably go to race control. Race control will make a decision. But with race control, having been involved with the console side of race control, it can take some time for some decisions to be made, especially with bigger incidents like that where not everyone in the stewards room would agree with each other. As Dylan knows, with console stuff, we don't all agree on incidents, so it does take a long time to get sorted. Everyone in the stewards room has to agree.
Yeah, I mean, stewards are entitled to their own opinions, but I mean, the Xbox side is a bit different to the iRacing side. We do have a live team of live stewards, so we are looking at every incident that is the steward teams. I'm not because I'm here in the commentary booth, but the steward team are looking at any incidents that are reported. If you do want to report an incident, there are ways about to do it. There is an incident form report that you can find on the Discord server. Please submit your report and submit your POVs, incident, the reasoning, and the stewards will have a look at it. If you do not do that, they will not have a look. There's quite a few battles going on. I mean, LD Racing, who are in... Just going to try and find them. A bit further down. There we go. Got a special livery today. In the McLaren, they are battling, bizarrely, another McLaren.
But they've just... Rebellion Esports they're battling, huh?
Yeah, they're battling Rebellion Esports GT3. But the gap has just gone up because of lap traffic, which is unfortunate. But we are going to say hello to R&R Raw, one of Matthew Cheverton's favourite cars. Well, it used to be because it was a Corvette. There is some... Oh, there has been a crash. What's happened here? Arthur Kalenskis. Oh, he's just been. Oh,
it's the opposite way around than we're used to.
yeah. Okay, he's been
So
able
that
to
comes
read.
from that comes from someone who likes GT racing, but I like LMP2s because that's what I've raced in special events in iRacing more than GTs.
I prefer GTs, and I don't. I think it's the
I
speed.
like the ABS.
Yeah, I like the ABS, and I like having a bit of electronics in the cars, just to obviously help out. I mean, I don't mind. Obviously, I don't mind. Using what's the word? I don't mind LMP2s or prototypes, but it's the element of ABS, and I don't have, maybe the skill set to drive them properly. I mean, when I first started driving on iRacing and I drove the Cadillac LMDH, I was blown away. I was blown away by just the power and the speed. The power and the torque it had. It was unbelievable. Well, I think we're going to go on board with Aeon Endurance again. 4 tenths of a second between these two. They've been big pig racing involved in a lot of battles today.
Yeah, they're keeping themselves busy. Same with A&R. Like both teams there, keeping themselves on the live stream.
Just remember, stage points are going to be taken on lap 99, so still a while to go. But we haven't had a safety car today. We've had approximately 2 or 3 full course yellows, but they haven't been long full course yellows. They've been quite early full course yellows as well, to be fair. But the race director can obviously the race director can cancel full course yellow, so they can. It's a weird rule, but they can say full course yellow. But if they've not said full course yellow, they can cancel full course yellow before it goes into effect. And I know a few races ago it caught a driver out who entered the pit lane thinking, oh, there'll be a full course yellow, and James cancelled it. So they weren't happy that they lost the advantage. How important are full course yellows? Especially when you're doing a pit stop.
Yeah, so as I believe one of the drivers has just been saying in the live stream, Martin King, like it can I won't swear, mess up your strategy. So that's obviously what's happened to the 507 car. It messed up their strategy in a way. But then for other teams, it will benefit them because it'll fall in line with what they're trying to do. So it's always trying to get that perfect balance. Like with the race director with his course yellows, seeing as he is now a race director in karting at a kart circuit, he obviously has experience in it in person as well, so he knows when to and to do it correctly and how it works. So that's the great thing about having people involved in the running who are also involved in motorsport in the real world as well.
Yeah, obviously James is now a race director at a karting circuit, so it's not just his job here in the Azz Tech Racing League, it's his job in real life, and it's quite impressive to obviously have, be able to do, jump on and have say, wait a second, I'm a race director in real life, I do this. So yeah, obviously the gaps now, the intervals between the other drivers, there isn't a big close gap now. I think, ladies and gentlemen, it's that time of the stream. We're nearly 2 hours in. Who do you want to go on board with? And we'll go on board with them for a lap. So write in the YouTube comments who you want to be. We'll be on board with, and go on board with them.
So I'm going to say, why don't we go on board with the leader in LMP2? Just because we looks like they could be the ones to take the championship lead at this rate.
Yeah, we'll go on board with them. But look how dirty the cars are already starting to look. It's weird how like in sim racing they're able to pick it up and instantly.
Well, we're going to get to 20 watchers. That's our aim today. I can watch it on my phone and get that extra watcher. But,
the extra view on YouTube. I mean, it's all about consistency on YouTube. I know our broadcasts are not pinpoint perfect sometimes, but we are doing this out of.
We're on 21. We're on 21. We're getting there. We're on 21 watchers. We're getting there. It'd be great to get to 100 subscribers by the new year. Maybe make loads of accounts and subscribe to our own channel. But of course, if you want to know more information about the Azz Tech Racing League, you could find us on the links are in the description of the channel of this live stream. You could go we've got a web page as well, so we've got some details there on our website, as well as Discord link, which we would assume most of you in, as well as the Instagram. Instagram's where we post everything Azz Tech Racing participates in, and as well as our leagues as well.
Yeah, obviously, as Will said, aztekracing.co.uk. We're sponsored by Smag660 Media, which is what producing our broadcast today, and also we're sponsored by RSR Sports Classic. You'll see them on the Azz Tech Racing cars, and of course on the Azz Tech Racing branding, and also Demon Tweaks. It's one of our main sponsors. Within. I think we've both sent a message telling people to, take their messages to the DMs. I'm not.
Yeah, it's all right for a little bit having but when it gets a little bit.
Yeah, we're gonna. What's happened here to Beaver Grease Racing? Well, they've just gone off track, not hit the wall.
That's fine.
That's fine. It's not.
Yeah,
it's not,
nothing bad. They carried on like nothing's happened. Quite like that livery.
And Daniel Riviera in the Weather Motorsport group using the Red Bull TV logo on the car. They went off, but is it really an off? I don't think it is.
A little bit of flashing there from the 69. Quite like that. Just flash the lights, tell them, look, hello, we are here.
Just going. Will, you're doing that message.
Now let's stop. So as the commentary team, we do try and keep an eye on both our YouTube chat as well as
Discord
chat as
yeah.
well. Just so if anyone has queries on the regulations, we can try and help out as we can. Which from me, I'm probably not the person to ask about regulations because even I don't know regulations myself for stuff I race in.
So you don't know the regulations of Boxsters?
No.
I think we know someone who does, and he's a very technical person, Gabriel Yilmaz.
Yeah.
Right, we have so the drive-through penalty for Weathers Motorsport Group. The appeal has been denied. No further, and also another incident. No further action, as it's the same one for group. And Zahid Khan is catching up to the sister car as well. I think the gap is slowly fading away. We're going to go on board with them.
But yeah, they're still using all the tracks, so that's really good. See there, what the car did in front is what I would call a karting trick. He's flicked the steering wheel, he's braked, locked the rears, flicked the steering wheel. That's a Club 100 trick for those who know Club 100 karting.
Yeah. I'm just going to...
Which is quite good. He's actually made some ground as well.
If you see me reducing the timing board, it's just because we've had a few DNFs. So I don't want us to get... There we go.
Yeah, so my advice to any team doing endurance is just keep going to the end. You'll pick points up, and it's fun, isn't it? So the Saturday, unless you're going to the pub tonight, then keep racing.
Exactly. Also, don't drink and drive. I must say that.
Drink and drive.
The same rules apply in sim racing. I mean, Jake Pitt has driven many times on a sim while drunk. I mean, I've got a few stories about when we've done a few practice lobbies, set up a lobby, and we've just been absolutely pissed, and we've done sim racing. And we've got an incident between Weather Motorsport Group, VGTR Esports, and WT Racing Red, lap 18. No further action. Both cars didn't rejoin great, but we're in horrible spots to be in. So we're getting a lot of incidents that reports not being handed out penalties. I mean, James is still here. We've still got... But we have fundamentally a different stewarding team today. I mean, Matthew Cheverton, who's been our head steward for most of the races, is not here today. Okay, we are going to go on board because there's a battle for the lead here. Will?
Yeah, I think Alt Racing Esports are like a very experienced team, so they're going to know what they're going to want to do here. They probably do want to take that lead back because it gives them the if there is a safety car, it gives them that. You know what I mean? What's the word? That oh, they got a bit wide there. They can control the pace, if that makes sense. There we go. They can control the pace if a safety car comes out. So that's why they want to get to the front, as well as basically controlling the pace of the guys behind. So if they're working with another team, they can back up the pack.
Exactly. Obviously, a battle for the lead. It's nice to see. We haven't seen a battle in the lead for a while. The race, obviously, Warp Racing Esports, as Will said, very, very experienced. Won the first two races. Unfortunately, had an incident in the second, which meant they were out of contention. But they have been a dominant team in the series. They are the championship leaders in GT3. So we spoke to a few of the drivers and team managers at Daytona. They're a team that is all about getting the job done, showing who's boss in a sense. but they haven't put a foot wrong all season. I mean, they've been unlucky, but they have been a dominant team. There's been a crash. And we're going to go on board and have a look. What's happened to Jay Brooker here in Turn 1 sim racing? Not crashed, he spun, but has there been any contact?
I think he'll get away with that.
Well, he's in a bit of a... He's in the middle of the track.
Wait for a gap in the traffic and get it going.
Yeah. And we're going to go back to live, and we're still on board with this battle here. And they've got lap traffic coming the way as well. So, that was a bit of an argy-bargy there. I don't think Walt Racing Esports would have liked that.
No, but from the pace, they have got a quicker, fastest lap than the team they're battling by a second. So they don't need to be too worried. And their last lap was faster as well than the BMW in front. So they don't need to be too worried to get past them quickly. But it's always nicer just to get past someone, isn't it? It's racing.
Yes, exactly. And yeah, it's all about. I mean, as long as it's done, cleanly, that's the main bit. I mean, we love to see wheel-to-wheel battles in motorsport, but when it's done, in a senseless manner, in a unfashionable manner, it's not the nicest thing to see on screen. We're gonna go. And we're gonna go on the roll bar camera here. It's one of two cars here I can see running the Mercedes. And obviously Derby Racing Team is in the pit lane, so in LMP2, so they've been taken. But we got a battle here going. Are they thinking about the move here? But they've got a P2 tucked in as well. Oh, I feel so bad for Walt Racing Esports. They've just been squeezed in by quite a few prototypes. Will, what's your take on this?
So yeah, it's just is what it is, isn't it? They'll still have to keep up with the BMW. As long as they can keep on the back of the BMW in front, like within a second, keep that draft they can get, then it should be fine. But if I was them, I wouldn't be too worried in the position they're in.
I mean, I do have the statistics. So, obviously, they are pitted significantly early. I mean, it's lap 57 now. Or lap 58, I think. So Walt Racing Esports pitted on lap 53, and obviously STK Racing Team IMSA 369, they pitted on lap 33. So they are due to come in the pit lane at some point as we go down the back straight. But the question is when. And obviously that will all depend when the fuel tank, strategy for these endurance races is about fuel. A bit like Formula One from 1994 to 2009 was all about fuel. That's how you dictate your strategy. When your fuel tank went dry, you came into the pit lane. And the same thing still applies in endurance racing. And have we had any of incidents come from race control? The answer to that is no. So no incidents from race control at the minute, but we do expect something with the nature of the circuit, we do expect it. They're side by side here. Who's going to be ahead going into the next corner? What Racing Esports ahead? They're on the outside, but SD.
That's good side-by-side racing. That's a great move around the outside.
But was that an overtake off the track? Oh, that's going to cause a bit of a debate later on. Was that overtake done off track, on track or off track? And I know obviously you can track limits are different, but that looked to me like it was off track there.
Yeah, with that curve there, it's hard to know. So it'd be interesting to see what's said about that. Still got 5 hours left of this race.
Yeah, it's going to be still a long one. It's not a short one by any margins. I mean, in the United Kingdom, it's only 4. It's not even 5 p.m. in the evening, and it is pitch black outside. But it's green flag, it's all still going here at Road America.
So, do we think we're going to hit the lap limit before the time limit? I haven't done the maths.
I mean, I think, obviously, it takes around about 2 hours, 12 minutes, 67 laps.
So let's call it 65 laps in... No, 55 laps in an hour.
I think, so, it's obviously 7-hour timer.
I think we will get to a lap limit before the timer.
Yeah, if we have no safety cars, maybe.
If we have no safety cars.
I mean, maybe is the thing. I think it all depends really on.
It's on the edge. If you do 30 laps an hour as the leader, you would do 100. You do 210 laps at 7 hours. So it'll be tight, actually. Yeah. So it'll still take roughly 6 or so an hour race. 6 hours 20. Someone said in the comments.
6 hours 20. Yeah, I think he'll be. I think we'll get into the final hour of the timer, but we
unless there's a safety car, like people have said.
All focals yellow, or stuff like that.
Yeah. To be fair, yeah, it's looking like it could be clean as long as there's no safety car. That's the main one. But the safety car, some teams are probably out there going, please.
Yeah.
Safety car.
And you can see the SRB Motorsport car by limp fingers into the pit lane. We've not had anything for a while. Or is that another J... What's happened here? I think this is another incident. Oh, he's just been... Oh! That's not pleasant, is it, Will?
Oh, yeah. Is that another spin or?
No, he's been tapped. We're going to have a look at this incident again. This is another camera angle for you guys watching at home. Been tapped again.
Oh, and again.
But the SRB Motorsport car has gone into the pit lane. So they probably picked up a tad bit of damage, but I think they're going to be okay. And we're going to go on board with Matthew Bailey in the K1 Esports car. Now, this used to be a GHR car. You used to have the chrome and the green.
Was that the leader in LMP2 that hit the GT3?
It was. So it was the leader in LMP2, but they maybe had a scheduled pit stop, and it's an unfortunate incident, but maybe not an ideal one either. We are on lap 69 out of a scheduled lap 198. Oh, there's been another crash. We're going to have a look. What's happened to Matthew Hill? Again. Is it even a crash? I mean...
Driver error.
Yep.
Sadly. Have to link that back to the pits. Seems like race control's quiet. We've not had much come through.
They've probably got a lot of incidents. I wonder how much incidents have come through. I mean, it's obviously a shortened steward team. It's a smaller steward team compared to what we had at Road Atlanta. But Road Atlanta, we had a lot more incidents to, go through. And Daniel Riviera, what happened here? See, in the Red Bull liveried car. Oh, it's just a casual going off here. I mean, no harm done there. Just a trip in the gravel trap. Gravel trap, I should say. But it's all good. And we're getting a big pig race in orange.
Yeah, we've gone a little bit quiet at the moment because there's not really much for us to commentate on from our view. Maybe
Maybe,
Looking at the
but
track map.
oh, what's happened here? Martin, where is it? Martin Juncker still battling. With Big Pig Racing again. Two, one. Right, we're 6.2 hours. Yeah. My feed will sort of say Matthew Hill has crashed about 1 billion times now. Let's see what happened to Thomas's Link in the LNG Motorsport car. Oh, I do like that livery, and they've just got off track. It's like a casual going off track. They've not killed themselves. They're still alive. They're out. They're still here. And we've got a battle here with Matthew Bailey's and Davidis Lurinus.
Good battle that. They got no one really around them, so they can have some fun.
Yes. I mean, they're battling right now, side by side here. Not side by side. I mean, that's 3/10 of a second between these two cars here. See, one's been in the lead. One's flashing his lights saying, "Get out my way. I'm faster than you." But Matthew Bailey here is does not have to obviously give way. But I think, is he going for the overtake? No, he's locked up, but that perfectly gives the overtake. But Matthew Hill's fighting back. Not Matthew Hill, Matthew Bailey. I do apologise, Matthew Bailey. I shouldn't compare you to Matthew Hill because you're a much better driver. Obviously, Matthew Bailey's just had the lockup. Oh, he's going for it. No, he's not. And I think that's going to be the end. See, the consistency that SRB Motorsport have, you wouldn't expect much. What's the word? You wouldn't expect much to happen. Right, we've got Jake Pitt is typing, and we've got an incident. It's a GT3 incident. Incident between Big Pig Racing Blue and Rebellion Esports 71. Lap 7 drive-through plus 2 penalty points for Rebellion Esports 71 for avoidable contact. And we have another one. Incident between Weather Motorsport 609 and Turn 1 Sim Racing 106. Lap 22, no further action. So we're going through we're getting a lot of reports from these stewards now. See Jake Pitt doing all the typing now. I think James Magasgale is having a bit of a break. At some point, I will be having a break to get my dinner, and Will be doing the commentary. And we've got a crash.
I don't have control over the live stream, so
I can still control it. I just need to warm my dinner up. Ethan Gayby here. Gayby, what's happened to him? Oh, he's just spun. Oh, that was very close. Very close to not. Oh, that almost ended in disaster there.
Like the LMP2 lights are like glitchy, like glowing.
Yeah, I think the lights are on. All no, that's a glitch. That does look nice though. It's the sunlight, but that does look nice.
No, it's just well annoying. Yep. I will just chill. I'm playing Clash of Clans anyway. Oh, can I? That's good. Thank you, Dylan, for telling me I was still talking on the stream while playing Clash of Clans while commentated. Oh, pit stop's starting to happen again now. Some teams seem to be pitting in a different way than others. So if anyone does have a car they want us to watch, we will watch them, as we are at a stage where we are on time myself, as I'm very busy during the week with work. So if anyone wants to watch along their car, Dylan would happily do that.
Right, we've approaching 2.5 hours mark. We've got a lot of incidents coming through now. Right, incident. Okay, incident between Walk Racing Esports 79 and WT Racing Blue. Drive-through penalty for speeding under full course yellow. And incident between W2W Racing Red and DRS Esports. Drive-through for DRS Esports for causing a collision. An incident between GMI Racing and Ethias Racing Team. Stop and hold 30 seconds for Ethias Racing Team for causing a collision. And that was the incident that caused one of the full course yellows earlier. Will, do you think that's a valid penalty?
It's all down to race control. It's a good battle here actually on screen for, can't see what position this is, for first in class. Is it teammates?
No, no, it's not. It's just they've been lapped. The car that's behind them. But there is a battle going on here.
The penalty, I think it's all personal opinion with the penalty.
So
a lot have come through.
A lot has come through. So that's a lot of penalties that have been given out. I mean, some people are not going to like it. Some people are. I mean, but yeah, that's a lot of incidents I've come through. I mean, that's quite a few they've gone through today. I mean, 6, 8, 10, 11, 12, 13. So they've gone through quite a lot.
Yeah, if they can keep it to not a lot, it's pretty good. It means everyone has a bit of fun, no issues.
That's the most casually going off track I've seen in a while. Fabian Ming has also gone off track for Rebellion. Oh, in the Trump livery. Karma.
Got it going again.
I would say, I'm joking, it's everyone's entitled to their own opinions. Let's see if there's any battles going on. I mean, they're not far behind each other either. But I don't think it's close enough. Oh, something's happened. Will Cutler. We're gonna have a look. Oh, this involved the GT, Matthew Hill, and the leaders, What Racing Esports. Oh, what a dummy! What a dummy! I'm sorry. Let's have a... What?
You just lost it under braking.
Oh,
that's caused damage to Walk Racing there.
I mean, this is the second race in a row where this has happened. And excuse my language, but you've got to feel for Walk Racing Esports. Oh, Ethan Gaybo's gone off. What's happened here for that LD racing car? What the hell was that noise? Oh, Matthew Hill! Matthew Hill! What's happened here?
Oh. Has he only just... Not having the best of races.
Where is he on track? I don't... It's a hazard. I know I'm a commentator, but when you've got a broken car like that, you have to be careful. But Will, what's your take on this?
Yeah, if your car's damaged, just allow the faster cars just to get past and work your way back to the pit lane.
Well, he's in the pit lane, but I think there'll be a lot of angry teams about the WT Racing Green because it's happened again. Okay, we're back on stream. What's happened here with Gemma Dubova? It's just, it's not a, it's not. Bloody. Well,
Apologies,
I can hit. Yeah.
Yeah, apologies.
And what? Oh, he's just gone off. He's struggling. What is this guy moaning on? I mean, I'm pretty sure you get points.
Oh, well, I need to wake up.
You are awake.
Thank you for that.
I mean, the gaps here, ladies and gentlemen, are quite spread out. I mean, there is a battle going on. And yeah, it's the other way around. Vice versa. It's a battle for second in class. Right, ladies and gentlemen, we've had a crash. What's happened here to Matt Webber? In the Webber Motorsport Group 69 car.
Has he locked the rears?
It's
Yeah,
just
a
spun.
little spin.
It's just been. It was able to rejoin. That's the most important thing. Now, have we had any messages from race control? No, we haven't. So I think they've done most
They'll
of it.
all come at once.
They'll all come at once. I think we should. Eeny, meeny, miny, mo. We should go on board with. I think we have had 4 DNFs so far. Yes, we have. So I want to go on board with the guy who's running last. Andrew Lott, Rebellion Esports. I'm not saying he's bad. He's just last at the minute, so I want to go on board with somebody from a different perspective.
Oh, your car's coming out of the pit lane. 3 wide into turn 1. Maybe not. Nah, that's a good idea. Alright, so Dylan's gone.
I'm
You
still
guys
here.
Oh, he's still here.
Yeah.
Are we live or?
We are live. They can hear us.
We are live.
Yes, we are not dead. I can promise you that.
Right, this is a question for the YouTube chat. Right, if anyone's there, that is, which I wouldn't be surprised if people have left after having listened to me and Dylan not talking and talk about crap. I've had this great battle on track as well. What do I do for my dinner? Do I eat food I have in the fridge? No, not in the fridge, in the freezer. Or do I buy a takeaway, as it's a Saturday night?
I thought about getting a takeaway, but I was like, it's Christmas. With Christmas coming up, I thought I'm going to be eating a lot of junk anyway. So
I've spent loads of money on racing stuff, so...
Oh. I don't think he actually went off track. Currently, legend is an SRB Motorsport. 1-2.
Takeaway. Right, I'm getting a takeaway. Right,
You're getting a takeaway.
Well, yeah, someone's just done it in the YouTube chat, so I've got to get a takeaway.
Ooh. I would be down to takeaway later on, but not right now, to be fair.
Right, let's have a look. Firstly, check the bank account. What an overdraft for, right?
Ladies and gentlemen, James Magascales typing. So, let's find out what the next incident is going to be. We're going to go on who is... And yeah, we've hit, like Le Mans, Matthew Hill went off the track. What's happened to Matthew Hill? He just... Okay, he's not murdered anyone. That's okay. Okay, incident between Warp Racing Esports and WT Racing Blue has been appealed and it has been removed. So there has been no penalty. So penalty for Warp Racing, WT Racing Blue is gone.
Take away his takeaway privileges. Blame Dylan.
Wait, what?
Read the chat.
I will read the chat. Takeaway. Right. Andrew Locke here, Rebellion Esports GT3. Matthew Hill's gone off track. So we're going to go on board. No, he hasn't.
We are the worst streamers ever, Dylan. You know it, right? Like, we're really good for like, the first 2 hours, and then
Right, we need another commentary team. I mean,
yeah, we need like rotation.
I don't mind doing the broadcast, like being around for that. That's fine. However, I am like yeah, I'm pretty much. It's like
I've run out of things to say.
yeah, because I think having a different commentary team will help. I mean, if you look at
Do
White,
sprint racing, it'd be alright.
yeah, sprint race is fine. 24 Hours of Silverstone. I mean, what made their broadcast stand out? They had a different team. They had a rotation. Yes, the broadcaster was the same throughout, but he didn't do any of the talking. I'm trying to manage the broadcast as well. Got a battle here, side by side action. RNL Raw. That's LD Racing and RNL Raw ahead. They're ahead. That was a superb overtake. As I would say down south, it was a superb overtake.
Superb.
Superb. Like they say because they can't. They sound like they're having a stroke when they say words. It's like the Catherine Tate sketch, the Northern Nanny. It's just so accurate. About Southerners being scared of Northerners. Right, let's see. Did any crashes go on? No, but we've got. He's gone off. What's happened here to Iwan Parno, Derby Racing Team? He just casually got off track. What's happened here? Same thing. What's happened? Bro's not looking at it. Bro, no, he's definitely not looking at his screen. What's happened here? To the Beaver Grease Racing. They've got off track. Okay, that's a casual going off track. That's fine. Daniel Zolka. Big Pig Racing Orange. What's happened here? Okay, that's a casual going off track. Rob Eppers has also gone off track. Everybody's going off track that's a casual going off track. Kept the speed, went back on track. And this is an overtake that's going on right now. Ooh, I thought. Argy Bargy Racing.
A little lit. And then single file again.
I mean, we're going to stay on board with this battle. With all due respect, it is boiling up. See if there's been any incidents that have come through. Let's see what General Trap's got to say.
Oh yeah, fuck it. Takeaway it is. Sorry, I saw on stream. Apologies.
Yeah, Will is the best racing, got the best racing driver mentality.
Uni student spends too much money on going out. Spends most of it on racing.
Now I'm just saying, man, who doesn't want to get a takeaway? It's like a luxury when you're at university.
To be fair, the last takeaway I had was how long ago? 2 weeks ago. But I'll let myself off.
But with Martin King here, and I really want to do a lap in with Martin King. Will, talk us through this lap.
So, no, why don't you talk? You should talk us through one.
I'm not a racing driver. I'm a waffler.
Okay, so he's going under the bridge here. I think if this is going down to the left hand at the bottom, so he's going to keep it to the right of the track. Maybe. Yes. He's going to use all of it, as we've learnt today and mentioned. They're all using a lot of that curb, as well as the runoff. Everyone's getting a little bit of a wiggle on the exit, like karting, a bit of sideways. Up here seems to be a prime spot for people having a little bit of a boogie. And then he's just going to take it, I think a lot of it in the P2 cars, just lift and coast. Except for here, this is a braking point again, down to seconds. Run it out over the curb. Keeps his foot in. I think he does a little bit of coast around this corner. Yeah, a little bit of coast in third, and then he'll go up to fourth, and you end up in sixth gear down the straight under the bridge, and then picks his braking point at the end. This is where we've seen a lot of incidents happening today. So it is a prime spot, for instance, around this track, which was mentioned in the driver's briefing. He'll come down here not to lock up, which seems to be another popular place to lock up. Runs it out, use all the exit, just don't go into the gravel, and then he'll run it out through the little S's, and then onto the back straight.
Yeah, that was a nailed perfect lap there for Martin King, who was in the chat earlier talking to us on YouTube. If you do want to talk to us, feel free to join the interview waiting room. We'd love to hear your perspective of what's going on in the race. Just remember, no swearing is allowed, and no, just like keep your language. Make sure your language is appropriate when you speak. That's all I've got to say. Let's see if there's any close intervals here. Well, there is one here.
We've got a question in the
Richard,
YouTube chat for you, Dim.
Here we go. What is the question? How is TS Turn 1 Sim Racing getting on? I'm not too sure, but we've just had a K1 Esports spin. Turn 1 Sim Racing, they are 7th at the minute, and we will happily go on board with Turn 1 Sim Racing. Liam not in the car.
I'll be taking just a small 5-minute break. I'll be right back. I am back again.
Getting out. Oh, you guess what time it is, Will?
What time is it?
Matthew Hill went off track.
Going full course yellow in 10 seconds. 5,
Oh,
Four,
that's alright. That's just
three,
a little
2,
clip on the grass.
1. Full course yellow, full course yellow.
Oh, that's a big one there. That is called the full course yellow, I believe. Yeah, that calls the full course yellow.
I think we should just rename the full course yellow to the Matthew Hill full course yellow. Yeah, I decided we're going to call this the Matthew Hill full course yellow. I think you can agree with this, Will. It's the whole period should just be called Matthew Hill full course yellow. Like it's
Yeah.
like a title sponsorship. Thank you, Matthew Hill. We have a full course yellow. I do apologise to Matthew Hill because you are just doing your job. You are just driving, and I'm not any different as a driver. I'm absolutely terrible.
And I can quote Dylan is terrible.
Yeah, Will's not better either on the sim. Ooh, have we actually had a?
That's why we're sitting here and we're not driving. Is because if we were driving, then we would have caused more full course yellow.
Yeah.
Going green in 10 seconds. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Green flag, green flag.
And it is back to green flag racing after the Matthew Hill full course yellow. Just... Yeah, I'm just screenshotting. I'm just screenshotting Will, the STK. Gosh. Look what I put in here. Look what I put in admin chats. That's what I'm seeing. Every
That's it's not loaded. I'm just trying to work out what to order for my takeaway. Because then it means I need to go to the supermarket once this week to get cheese. To get cheese. I might be trying to work out what to fucking order. Oh, I've got credit. Oh. Why have I got credit on delivery? expensive for pizza though, isn't it? Like 12 quid.
Right, we're on lap 100 actually, so yeah, I think if we I think if we don't if we have no safety cars, we will get this race done before the time ends, so probably another 3 hours.
No. Apologies for not talking on stream. I'm trying to order takeaway.
Well, you already ordered it.
No, I'm trying to work out what to have. I want pizza, but then I want it to be under 10 quid.
Ah.
So if I get like a Pizza Hut pizza, get an individual pizza.
Do you not have like a Bossman pizza place? Like
Nah, I'm not. I'm near Bella Italia, but that's quite expensive. Individual handcrafted, 11 inch. 11 inch is bigger, isn't it? Go for the 11. That's 10 quid. Oh, this is getting even better, so I've got more money off. And I did variable credit. Which means it's 12 quid.
We've got a battle here going on with Weber Motorsport Group and the Rebellion Esports. The Red Bull livery car versus the All-American livery. The Hulk Hogan livery that he would approve. Side-by-side action here. Oh, argy-bargy racing. And as we go downhill here, who's going to be ahead? Well, Braden stays ahead on the outside line. But Trevor's there. Trevor's thinking about it. Oh, here we go. On the outside. But it's not going to be... He would want to try and get the inside line going into the next corner. Oh, he almost had to back out there. Almost ended in a disaster. He's ahead. How did that not involve... How did that not turn into a collision? I am mind blown, ladies and gentlemen. I'm absolutely mind blown. He's got to try and redo the work here. As we go down the back, go down one of the back straights. He's gaining. You can see him gaining the toe. Three-tenths of a second here. Going through lap traffic. Are they going to take advantage of this? As we go down into the penultimate corner. Side by side, I don't think there. Oh, argy-bargy contact, and he's ahead into turn 1. What an overtake, ladies and gents.
I think we've got 2 DNS in LMP2
Yep.
and 2 in LMP in GT3. Yeah, and 2 in GT3.
But there's a battle here, Will, going on in GT3. Liam, not of turn 1 sim racing, currently P6. He wants that P5. He's hunting down. He is hunting down. He's hunting down. Go down the hill here. In the Lambo, attacking the Porsche. Side-by-side action here. Almost side-by-side, but the Lambo wants to be Lambo's thinking about the outside. And is the Lambo going to think about the inside? And the Lamborghini's ahead. But look who's behind. The Walk Racing Esports car of Danny Neo. and the Walk Racing Esports car. They're attacking. The battle for 5th in class here. Walk Racing Esports Championship leaders they want to be ahead. Gun board with Walk Racing Esports have to get overtaken by GMI.
Made a decision.
What is the decision, William Kurtler?
I'm not going to have a takeaway.
Right.
And I'm not going to cook. I'm going to have a bowl of cereal.
Basic as it can be, but it does the job.
Exactly.
Thing is, I've got a takeaway place right across the road from where I live.
I used to live opposite the curry house. I always just go. I went in for curry like once every couple of months for the last 2 years. But now I've moved house, so I have to drive to the nearest thing, which is a bit of a bummer.
And Danny Nino is ahead of Turn 1 Racing. Danny Nino gets the car back up to P5, where they belong after an unfortunate collision with Matthew Hill, who is in the pit lane. Thinking. But these two here are still battling. Whatever Motorsport Group as Rebellion Esports.
I'm going to go have my cereal.
We'll see you in a bit, Will.
In a bit.
And what's happened here? To Renault Kota standard. He's just gone straight on and... Oh, he's in a bit of a pickle here. What do I do? Where do I go? And he's probably thinking, oh, what do I do here? Nope. Does he get back on the track? Well, that's the best way to do it. And he's not wrecked the car. He's just lost his dignity. And that's the way to do it. Now, 3.5 hours to go. Now, we are at the halfway mark of this race in terms of what's scheduled, but we've got 90 laps left, so we are probably going to be done before the 7-hour mark. Yes, it is. Is it a long one? It won't be too bad. Right, let's have a look at the battles going on out on track interval. There is one. He's got up in a big pig sandwich. Oh, a bit of good pork sandwich is decent, to be fair. And A&R Endurance are ahead of Big Pig Racing as we're lap 110. Yeah, it's been a quiet race. Race Control have been pretty quiet. Oh, and I think something's happened. What's happened to Samir Ashid? He's jumped to the pits. I mean, he might have ran out of fuel there, to be fair, but it looks like he's all okay. What's happened to Martin King here? Oh, just a casual going off. He came back on track easily, so no harm done. Hello, they can't hear you on stream, Will. So I'm gonna... There we go, they can hear you now on stream. So far, since you've been gone, not much has happened. Still relatively quiet. And he goes into the pit lane.
Hello, Dylan.
Hello, I can hear you, Will.
I can't hear you.
I can hear you.
I can see I'm talking, but I can't hear.
Martin King here.
Can you hear me?
I can... Casual going off, he came back...
I can hear you now. I can hear you now.
Yeah, you can hear me.
Cool.
Okay, not much has happened since you've been gone. Yeah, I wouldn't say anything excited has been going on. It's just, I think the race has really settled in now, and I think we've not had anything from the stewards at the minute. Hello, they can't hear you on stream, Will. Well, they can also hear that on stream.
Apologies. I've got to mute my laptop.
Yes, I can do the after race chats. Yeah, it's been a quiet settle race. I mean, not much has gone on.
Just sort out one.
Oh God. Just seen some of the incident. No, I'm not looking at incident reports, chat. I've just been seeing something James has sent me. It's quite funny, to be fair.
Are you muted?
No, I'm not muted on stream. You're not muted either. But
thought you were for some reason.
no, I'm not. I am talking on the stream. The stream can hear me. It's been a quiet race in a minute, chat. I think we are not going to see a safety car out tonight because it's been manageable. I mean, to be brutally honest, we've had less cars race today. And maybe, I mean, we've had 30 cars start the race. We're down to maybe 26, 25. Will, you've got to admit, it's a bit more manageable with this many cars.
Yeah, but the bigger grids are always more fun to race in, more carnage, more to think about. Obviously, we'll, at the end of the season, I'm sure James will speak to the drivers and see if they want to do next season, how they would like it to be done, and have some feedback.
Yeah, obviously that's important. Obviously, feedback from drivers and teams is really important because it's how we learn and decide to make things better. Obviously, right now it's a quiet race. It's all been settled. I mean, the gaps, the interval between each drivers is nuts. I mean, I'm going to take the gap data off because it looks a bit ridiculous. But the interval between each driver is nuts. I mean, it is really spaced out now. If I turn back the track map on for people watching back home, it is quite spread out. Obviously, people are pitting in at different times, so it's they're pitting at different times, different strategies. I mean, it's all about getting to the end. I mean, we've only got around about 83 laps left. So I know it's 3 hours. We're probably going to be done in less than 3 hours now.
Famous last words. That is commentator's curse.
Well, maybe it could be famous commentator's curse, to be fair. And but to be fair, it's been. I mean, I don't. Do you know why it's Oh, never mind. He's out. Is he out on track? No, he's not. Matthew Hill
Nah,
has.
I think it's the pit late.
No, Matthew Hill has DNF. So we've had 5 DNFs at the minute, and that's I think because Matthew Hill's not here. It has been a bit carnage, and I do apologise to Matthew Hill if you are watching this broadcast. I'm not trying to insult you, by in any means. So not much is going on at the minute.
Or just sit here.
So talk.
See what happens.
Yeah. Let's go above with Benjamin Sanderson. It's a WT Racing Blue. I want to do a lap with Benjamin Sanderson. It goes down here, try to nail the turn here, and obviously speed. The banner, the sausages. It's nuts. And I can see Rene Conte Samsdale. It's gone off. Let's go on board and see what's happened here. Oh.
That's a great
Great
angle of
camera
the,
angle. Yeah, definitely. It's what happens when we send the drone around Road America. They don't know. That doesn't know what it's looking at.
doesn't know if I look at the kart track or the track.
I just want to, we're going to look at the kink here, Will. It's iconic corner. The Canada corner here. Oh, we got a message from Race Control. Incident between Wart Racing Esports 79 and WTW Racing Green, lap 71, drive through plus 2 penalty points for WT Racing Green 396. And there has been a penalty drive through but the thing is, they're not even they're not even in the race. Surely that penalty's got to be passed on.
I think there will be something along those lines.
Yeah. Now I do think we have another DNF, and the other DNF is one of the championship contenders. They're currently P2 and LMP2, and I believe they have DNF'd. So we have now got another DNF today. It's gotten exciting here. Got a message from Race Control. WTW Racing Green have another drive-through penalty. Can you believe it, Will? They're getting a drive-through penalty.
There's going to be something else.
Yeah, that's another. I'm looking.
I reckon that's going to end up being maybe a quali ban for the next race.
Well, yeah, I do agree as well. I shouldn't intervene with penalties. I didn't have a say in any penalties. But this, yeah. Oh! I saw that, and I need to go back on that. We're gonna have to figure out what's happened here.
Full course yellow in 10 seconds.
Yep, I knew Mr. Smaggers Gatso was gonna call a safety car there.
5.
Is that a safety
4,
car?
No,
3,
full course yellow.
2.
Oh, full course
1.
yellow.
Full course yellow. Full course yellow.
So, there's a beamer without a ring. There's Gus. This is a good the battle zone. Gus has got damage as well. So the beamer's missing the rear wing. Basically missing the rear of the car. Really, it's
Oh, yeah, that's going to be like 10 minutes of repairs.
yeah, it's an unfortunate incident. I mean, for anyone who missed it, let's watch it again. That's quite a significant amount of damage, and this was for P3 in GT3 as well. So an unfortunate incident, but it's racing and it happens.
Having a look at the live timing, I believe we have 3 DNS in GT3.
Yes.
And is it
I think there's
3 in LMP2?
yes, I think that's the case as well. I think we're going to go back to a green flag in. I think soon as really soon as Fingy crosses the line.
Going green again in 10 seconds. 5.
Unfortunate
4,
incident. I'm
3,
sure the
2,
stewards will
1.
take
Green flag. Green flag.
appropriate action to the incidents. I mean, the interval and the gaps are still huge. And we can see a few off tracks. Let's have a look at these off tracks. Ooh.
Oh.
Ooh. I wonder what break my suspension. Oh, Jake Brook has spun. Oh, there's been a crash. And it appears to be a big one. And he's jumped to the pit lane, so ooh. Yeah, he's pulled to the side and said, "That's it, I'm done." So I won't be surprised if that is a DNF. Yeah, Will, that is another DNF. So that is 6 DNFs at the minute.
I think that's what Racing Esports trying to get up into the top 4.
Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't be, I'm not ruling out a comeback from Walt Racing Esports. I mean,
Yeah, a safety car would benefit them massively, in my
yeah,
opinion. They would want a safety car. Not involving themselves, obviously, but involving other teams.
yeah. I mean, they're up to. I mean, I think they're going to be up to P4. I mean, we're going to stay on board with them, but do apologise. We are There we go. We're on board with them. But yeah, Walt Racing Esports. Obviously, I wouldn't be surprised if the comeback's still on. I mean, we've seen what they were like in. I mean, last round at Sebring, they were going to win. They had a really bad qualifying, and the comeback was on. And then obviously come at the end, they got taken out by WT Racing Green, Matthew Hill last time. And then the same things happened today, but they're almost like on another breed today. The resilience this team has got is unbelievable. You can't discount that, Will, can you?
Exactly, yeah. So the pace they're on at the moment is roughly the same as the guys in front. So they're just gonna hope for a safety car. That's it, really. I still think they will be. I still think they'll be able to hold the lead in Jip, but obviously that will be confirmed at the end of the race provisionally, and then once all the penalties have been handed out.
But nothing from race control for a while.
They must still be looking into a lot of the incidents.
Yes, and obviously we've still got well over two hours to go. I mean, they've only got to compete around about 73 laps left of the race, I would say. So they've done more than halfway is done. And James Magagazzo is typing. Let's see what's gonna come in the next few penalties. Bloody hell, I can hear the wind. It must be quite windy in Bristol, is Will?
No, it's all right. It was last night when I got in.
For me, it's quite windy actually. I mean, I'm I'm actually using it as an advantage to try and cool down my GPU on my computer.
That's a good idea.
I mean, I've left my. You should never leave your PC door open, but I've decided to just to let the air do its job. Oh, that's like one of the most unusual things I've seen in a while.
Alright, yep. Just been on my laptop doing some work.
Yep.
Well, supposedly doing work, but obviously I haven't been doing work.
I meant to start doing an assignment. I've not done it.
Yeah, I'm to start my dissertation.
Oh my god. I'm supposed to be doing one of my essays, but I'm going to start that tomorrow. But I can probably crack on and get it done tomorrow. So I'm not too fussed. Ladies and gentlemen, that's the life of uni. We're meant to be doing work, but we don't do work.
Exactly. Is this a battle for P3 and P2? I've not been paying attention, so I do apologise for the stream. I believe it is.
It is not.
Yeah. Is it not?
No.
Ah, I was wrong again. Oh, that teams. I don't want to be doing teams. Oh, you're correct. Only the top 5 cars in MP2 are on the lead lap.
Yeah. That is quite impressive, you know, that there's only a certain amount of cars that are on the lead lap.
Yeah. GT3 seems a little bit more... I don't know, be fair, only the top 3 cars are on the lead lap. Oh, some glitching going on here. I think 4... Wait, or are they still going? We've got 7 DNF currently.
Yeah, I mean, I'm going to have a look at... Yeah, I mean...
To be fair, there's still a lot of people on the lead lap in
GT3.
GT3.
There's about 6 cars on the lead lap. And there's 4 in LMP2 on their lead lap of their leaders. So I think the battle really today is, if I'm brutally honest, the battle right now is SRB Motorsport by Litvinger, Suboptimal My Racing's SRB Motorsport, the sister car, and ANR Endurance Esports. They're my, obviously, if I'm going to pick someone.
To be one of those who wins. If a safety car gets called within the next 10 laps or so, which, as it stands, it's been we would say from my point of view, it's been a pretty clean race. It's not been the cleanest of races, but from a spectator's point of view.
Yeah.
I think a lot of teams are making pit stops right now as well.
Yeah.
I think walk racing esports can. I think they've got a chance of top 3 if it either stays green or a safety car, 4 course yellows.
Yeah.
See what I mean? They've got a chance because they're pushing quite hard, and if they just don't get involved in any trouble, which is what happened to them early in the race, they were unlucky in an incident, then they'd be all right. Oh, we've got some more messages from race control.
Yeah, so incident. Okay, incident between is an LMP2 one. Incident between Weber Motorsport Group car 10, Rebellion Esports car 17, drive-through penalty, 2 penalty points for Rebellion Esports 17 for jumping full course yellow restart. And there's been a lot of yeah. So there's been a lot of penalties handed out. Hayden Wilfred. What's happened to Hayden Wilfred in the Weber Motorsport Group car 10? It's just a casual going off track. I mean, I've seen a lot of drivers today, and I think it's just as I think a lot of them are getting tired now, so they're starting to lose their concentration. Will, what is the best way a driver can keep concentration while racing?
You've got to be distracted, if that makes sense. So I find if you've got no one in front of you that you're like following or chasing, that's when your tiredness will kick in. So if you see that car ahead that you're trying to catch and you like do a little bit of pushing here and there, then it will keep your concentration on, and then your stint will finish a lot quicker.
Obviously,
right now the car we're watching in P4, he's got like no one around him. Concentration, just go, and you'll just be feeling tired going down the straight and losing your concentration. While if you get in a rhythm and you're like, that's fine, because then you're in that rhythm, you're in that mindset. But then if you're not, then it knocks you off. So you've either got to be in a rhythm, or you have to be chasing someone in front of you, because then it feels a lot better.
Obviously, you race in the real world. Obviously, you race club level racing. One thing that's fascinating: how do you stay hydrated?
That is a good question. So there's multiple ways to stay hydrated. So we've tried multiple ways to try to stay hydrated. There are multiple ways of doing it. One way we tried out in Spa was to have a water pack on the back of the race seat, but that didn't work because it got too hot, so the water wasn't actually cold. And with the endurance stuff, the 40-minute races, which for us is endurance stuff. If you do it as a single driver, the best way is just to have your mate in the pit lane with a water bottle with a straw. That gives you enough. But from the sprint races, have some electrolytes. So even with sim racing as well, get like Lucozade has electrolytes in. It means you don't get headaches, and it helps keep your concentration. So if you down a Lucozade or water with electrolyte powder in, it really helps your head. That's what I've learned, and I do it with sim racing now as well. For the longer stuff, that is.
Yeah, I mean, when I've been doing endurance racing, I mean, even as a team owner, broadcaster, I think I always have a bottle of water near me. Electrolytes and stuff, yeah. Orange juice, that's got electrolytes. Even squash or stuff like that, which can be watered down, has enough electrolytes. I mean, even sim racing. One person who told me a good way to stay up was a Yardia. He's saying a lot of sugar during sim racing actually helps. Especially in endurance racing. So having a bit of chocolate or something like that does help. It's a weird one because it's
always eat.
Yeah.
Always eat before. Not loads.
Yeah.
Like chicken, rice. Not just before you go out. Obviously, a couple of hours.
Yeah.
But I've done it where I've not eaten because of nerves.
Yeah.
And that does not benefit you at all.
We actually have a battle going on. Big Pig
Is this a three-way battle on screen right now?
No, it's a one-way battle. Big Pig Racing Blue and LNG Motorsport, 9/10 of a second behind. I think they're, from what I can tell, they are actually separated by a Porsche. So the red Ferrari is obviously getting lapped.
Just trying to get the numbers. So the Porsche is the car that's a lap ahead of both of them.
Yes.
So the Ferrari's trying to keep that Porsche between them. Although he's letting him go here. No, maybe not.
The thing is,
another news, there's a big crash in Formula E.
Oh.
So I might have to watch that race back tonight.
I'm going to have a look. Predictions, who do you think was involved in the collision?
Well, I know who's been involved in the collision in Formula E.
I'm just having a look. Jake Hughes.
And Pascal Wehrlein.
No, Nico Muller.
Oh. The BMW's got some good pace around here.
Yeah.
Nice livery on that as well. I like that. Hey, all the cars have nice liveries, to be fair.
I mean, Formula E in the United Kingdom finally... I mean, last year it got put behind a paywall, which I thought was a bit wrong, especially for a sport that doesn't get a big audience in the UK. And then this year they finally put it behind, back on...
Is it in the Excel Centre?
Yes, the London E-Prix is.
I would go watch it, but at the same time, it's Formula E.
I would as well.
In the Excel Centre.
Yeah.
It's easy to get to, but is it good to what are the support races, or they're no?
I don't think there is any.
Oh.
Because with the nature of the circuit, Formula E circuits, they're very narrow.
Yeah.
But I do like what Formula E are doing with they're starting to obviously use actual racing circuits now. So we're now getting
the infrastructure in place.
Yeah, so we're now starting to get a bit of a hybrid of real world and street circuits, and I like that. I like Formula E going to real circuits because not like permanent circuits, I should say, because we get that variety now, and we get to see what these cars are capable of behind around a permanent circuit like Misano or Shanghai. And I mean they're going to Jeddah, and I know Jeddah's a street circuit, but it's been used for GT World Challenge, touring cars, and it's F1. So it'd be interesting, you know, Monaco. I know Formula's been going for Monaco for years, but the minute it started to use the F1 layout, the Grand Prix layout, the proper layout, it was really, really impressive to see. We've still got a battle going on. Big Pig Racing Blue. We're going to hide that. There we go. We can see the gaps here as over time.
This is the smallest gap we've got on circuit at the moment, from my understanding. From my limited knowledge of how this live streaming and technical stuff works.
Yeah.
Although, if a safety car comes out, like, everyone will be on the same, like, the top probably 5 in each class would be on the same lap.
Yeah.
And then it would be like, you won't know who's going to win. But as it stands, I don't think we're going to have a safety, which is good.
Yeah.
But not so good, because it'll give us some action to watch. He's pulling a gap for Ferrari now. What he's done is he's climbed onto the Porsche in front, which is a lap ahead, and basically gone, right, if I stick with them, he's got the pace. That'll help me pull me forward.
I think the Ferrari's quicker than the Porsche at the minute.
Yeah. I'm also tempted to enter as the one-off round for the Spa 4 hour. That's a temptation for me. I obviously have to get permission from the race director to allow me to pay for a one-off entry. Oh, an MP2 nearly had a wiggle.
Yep.
We could have commentators go racing.
We go live to Jake Pitt. Beep, 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 beep.
Yeah. We got another race control message come through. Incident between GMI Sim Racing and LD Racing. Drive-through penalty for LD Racing.
Not sure what for though.
Yeah, we didn't see any incidents. You can remove some more off the GT3 tower.
Yeah, I mean that's because I've clicked on back of the GT pack, so
Oh.
it will say that.
They got the Azz Tech Racing logo on the BMW.
Yes, they do. So all the Big Pig Racing liveries have the Azz Tech
cool.
Racing. I like it. I like how they're having the logos on it. It's nice.
Quite cool.
It's quite cool.
I like that livery of the LMP2 as well.
Yeah, there's quite a few teams who actually run the Azz Tech Racing livery. Not livery, but logo. It's like a kind thing to do. I mean, it's a bit like how when obviously Azz Tech Racing go and race in next gen, we will have the next gen logo on our car. It's almost like
Yeah,
a serious logo. I mean, it's not mandatory, but I like it and I respect it, and I like the livery as well, the creativity as well. But it's always nice to see
yeah.
creative liveries on,
I
original
can't do liveries very well. I
Neither can I.
literally can't make a livery to save my life.
I mean, one of my proudest moments is when it's the one of our old LMP2 livery. We used to have the
Uh,
uh, we used to have the MGPS logo on it at the front on the
is
front
that the
bump,
one I ran at, when we did Daytona a couple of years back?
maybe. And that's one of my favorite ones because the MGPS logo is like it looks like it's an engine manufacturer. So it looks really cool actually. And then they got taken off, and wasn't
let's
happy.
let's have a look at Jay Brooker. He's a second and a half off Gus Rankin in the McLaren.
Yeah, let's find
That is
Jay.
for P6. So that's for P5 in G.
Yeah, let's go on board with Jay Brooker actually in the Lamborghini. I mean, the gap is a. I mean, why am I showing two gaps? The interval is what we should be looking at.
Walk Racing Esports have just pitted, I believe. Yes, they have. So they're going to hope for. They're probably going to do a driver swap now as well.
Yeah, I mean, there's only 48 laps to go, so.
That'd be their last driver swap.
Yeah, maybe. It won't be too long. I mean, it has been a very much clean race than last, and it's been nice to, have a clean race and not have to worry about it.
So far, so good.
Yeah. It hasn't necessarily been clean, but the standards are slowly improving. I mean, I feel bad for the GT3s sometimes getting taken out by the LMP2s, but it happens. It's part of racing. It's not, sometimes things don't go perfectly, but it is very much a nice thing to see.
Not far off the McLaren in front.
Yeah.
Under second. Everyone's starting to make their pit stops now in preparation for the end.
Yeah.
The safety car comes out now. Oh dear, this is going to be interesting.
I mean, it will be a long safety car. I mean, Will, we've got 4 attempts of back in here. We're going to go on board the roll bar of Jay Brooker in Turn 1 Sim Racing. What can Jay do here as we go down here? It's all about positioning. I mean, he can make and gain time just by putting his car in the right place at the right time. And I think that's what he's done here. No, he hasn't, but he's gaining ever so closely. It's 2/10 of a second here. Oh, they've got a lap car in between now. We're going to go into They're not side by side, but it's going to be an interesting one to see how it plays out.
It is a close battle, though.
Yeah.
He's just waiting.
Ooh.
He's just waiting for the chance.
Ooh, but there's a but, Will. Big Pig
What's the
Racing
but?
Orange and Big Pig Racing Yellow, 6 tenths behind each other. Now
Yeah, I've seen that.
Now, but what's interesting about this is the fact they are teammate, obviously sister cars to each other. Do they play the team game and say let me through, or do they battle it out? Oh, I think that's a genius move there. He slid himself through Jay Brooker while they were getting lapped. That's quite genius, I think.
That's smart. Very smart way of doing it.
And we are going to say hello to Big Pig Racing here. Big Pig Racing Yellow versus Big Pig Racing Orange is what we want to see. We need to get Big Pig Racing Blue involved now.
They're probably going to work together.
Yeah. The gap between Turn 1 Sim Racing and Vortex Black is already a second, so they're pulling away, and that was a good move.
Can I see how many pit stops everyone's done? Most have done 5. That one needs to pit. Two tenths between them now.
Yeah.
I don't think there's any team orders. I think it's just race.
Right, yeah.
And the leaders behind them as well. So that's going to be interesting.
And the big pig racing car is into the pit lane.
Here comes the wind to me. Wind's starting to kick in. It's always in the evening as well, isn't it?
Yep. I will say something, Will.
Go ahead.
There's a battle for the lead in GT3.
Ooh.
George Reyes in the WT Racing Blue is attacking Andrei Tonskonski in the
I still think they need to pit as well, the leader.
well, if I look pit lap time, I mean 108 and 113, so only 5 laps. So this is a genuine battle here
Oh.
for the lead. And as suboptimal racing go through, can they use this opportunity to sneak behind? I don't think they will.
Right.
Interesting. A battle for the lead. Well, this race is getting boring, but nope, we got a battle on
The
GT3.
lead's back now. Battle for the lead. Let's go. Walk Racing Esports were pitted like what?
Walk race.
20 laps ago.
No, they pitted on lap 124. So they pitted fairly recently.
Yeah, compared to the other teams around them who have pitted on lap 106, 108.
Yeah. We've got a battle here, 2/10 of a second. Ferrari versus Mercedes, WT Racing Blue versus Beaver Grease Racing. It's all about positioning.
Ferrari. He might try and make a move into turn 1.
Yeah, he might.
Oh, no.
I don't think he's close. Or will it? No. He thought. He thought about it and decided, nope, we're not doing it. We're not doing it because I'm running second. I don't want to be eliminated as he gets lapped by the leader, I believe that is. No, P3 and LMP2. But yeah, that's the right place to do it. Quickly closing the door to prevent any opportunity of overtaking. Now, while we resume this, we're going to see what happened to Joey Lorenzino in the Rebellion Esports car in the Boris Johnson inspired livery.
Bit of gravel tracking.
Yeah, we're going to go back to the battle for the lead. But race control into the between Vortex Car 14 and STK E-Racing Team IMSA 369. A lap 108, no further action. A racing incident.
A racing incident.
So 39 laps to go, Will. So not long left.
Not long. I think we could do it under 6 hours.
I think we are.
So how many laps you say is left?
39. So I think we've got
39. Each lap takes 2 minutes.
I mean,
yeah, we'll be.
Yeah, 1 minute 50. So
we still may be on. Wrong pressing the wrong button. 6 hours 20 is what someone predicted in the.
Yeah, I think it's around there. Thing is, it depends.
That was looking good.
It depends if you have any safety cars or things like that.
Yeah. So yeah, I was right. I knew they were going to the Mercedes. I told you they were a pit stop behind. Nice livery. Looks like Australian supercar livery. What other close battles have we got?
We haven't got many. That is the weird bit. It's an endurance race. We're supposed to have amazing battles. Nope. Spread out. James is
another pit cycle now, so it depends how the pit cycle looks. Whether this pit cycle to pan out in GT3. Have a look. That's the pit cycle. Yeah, no one's really mega close to each other at the moment. except for the 88 on the 90. Have a look at that, because that's about 3 seconds. That's the closest. Battle for P2 in GT. Oh no, in the pit lane. My bad.
Nope. It's a pit lane battle. It's not really it's not really a battle, to be fair.
Well, they may have damage unless they're doing a double stop.
Maybe.
The 969 BMW.
I mean, it all depends on fuels. I mean, it all depends on fuel stops at the minute.
Have a little look in the
Race
frames
control.
one. Yeah.
Race control haven't said anything so far. So I think have the incidents been really. I can check that, but I'm not going to check
Martin
that.
King says he's praying for one, so I'm assuming he's praying for a safety car or full picture.
But
Got unlucky with the first one.
well, I don't think there is any more incidents stewards have got to look at until. It's been such a quiet.
Something happens.
In case something happens, yes.
Quite a spell. There's a spell where it was kicking off, and now it seems to have calmed down.
We're approaching what could be our final hour of of this race. Remarkably, actually, you wouldn't expect, considering the unluckiness we've had in the last few races, we're actually we're on track. I believe our race director has gone somewhere else, so that means Jake Pitt. It might be race director. Now I don't know what's the site of it being worse, having a Welshman be race director, a clueless Welshman, or having James as race director. I rather stick to James than Mr. Jake Pitt, as Big Pig Racing Blue goes wide. So we've hit the 5 hour mark here at Road America, and we've got approximately 45 laps to go, so not long left.
Do we have any battles on track? That is what we're looking.
No, actually. The
Maybe. No, not there.
9 second. Is it 9 seconds?
The smallest gap we've got is 3 seconds for P10 at LMP2. Let's watch that. Let's watch that for a little. I think that's the smallest gap.
I know that's P10 LMP2. Oh, yeah.
Anyone close to a? I'm going to assume that's a drive-through by chance. I don't know. How do I work that? Dylan might be able to work that out.
Wait. Incident count penalties 40x. Then every. Oh, actually, we've had a crash, so we're gonna have a look. So this is K1 Esports car here. I'm just going to press this down. What's happened here? I can see the Big Pig Racing yellow car. Oh, okay. It's had collision, but it's okay. Well, it may not be.
Good.
Okay.
That's a good question there by Martin.
Is there anyone close to a penalty incident? I'm not too sure, to be fair. Oh, I'm not too sure, to be fair. I don't know. I mean, I know I can see how many off tracks people have had. I mean, 120, 140, 185, 209. So yeah, I've seen. There's quite a lot, to be fair, but I'm not too sure. I think it's under driver discretion, to be fair.
I'll work out what. No real. Be fair. The safety car comes out, it's going to make this so much. It's going to make it so interesting.
I think if a safety car comes out now, it'll extend the race past. I mean, it's really up to
No, because you wouldn't get to 100. It would take you too long to get to 100 now.
Yeah, it would take you too long, and I don't think.
You'll be able to get it done in 10 laps, like a safety car procedure.
I think with the amount of cars we've got left, we've got 23 cars left. I don't think James will see the need to have a safety car.
Oh, I was just reading the regulations just because I was interested.
I mean, I think this race is. I'm looking into the. I mean, 40 laps to go. But I'm looking into the positives, and I'm thinking it has been a positive progression compared to the earlier rounds, which were a lot of carnage. And to know that we've not had. Yes, we still have had incidents, but not as many. I think is a good thing.
Yeah. Unless they're still working through them and just not mixed anything up.
Yes. Oh, we've had a spin.
Oh, good old little drift. Has he kept it?
Oh, he's hit the wall. mean, we're going to get a different camera angle.
Good little drift. I'll give him credit.
Yeah, that's a decent spin.
He had
to be
it as
fair.
well. Look at that, like Tokyo Drift, and then oh shit. Oh, sorry for swearing. Didn't swear on stream.
I don't have a Discord soundboard to. No, we don't. There's no Discord soundboards that I could use to say about that. But yeah, it has been somewhat of a race. I mean, SRB Motorsport, like Lipfinker, and then are in the lead. I mean, where are they in the championship standings? I mean, they will take the lead. I mean, they're something like less than 100 points, and you know, I don't think they'll take the championship lead, but I think they'll close the gap up to Azz Tech Racing going into Spa. And I think we've now got a championship which will be a lot more open come future rounds.
Yeah, it'd be interesting with LMP2 and GT3 who takes the lead.
I know it looks a bit weird on your screens, ladies and gents. It's just liveries reloading. I mean, there is a battle. I don't know if it's growing, but SRB Motorsport versus Suboptimal Racing, and they're coming in the pit lane at the same time.
Oh,
Oh,
maybe a little nudge.
yeah, maybe that might be, but the battle now really is 245 and 507. So they're in the pit lane at the same time. This is where the difference can be made. And yeah, I think positions have stayed the same. And A&R Endurance Esports have actually overtaken SRB Motorsport in the pits. That's interesting to see there, but I don't know if that was a genuine pit stop or not.
I've had my mic muted like a complete idiot, so I was trying to talk to the stream. Big P very hot. Hey guys, hope all is well. Hope being able to join the race in person. It's my birthday. How my team's running. Happy birthday. Your teams are doing well. Your LMP2 teams are doing really well, to be fair. 5th and 6th, obviously, both your teams being together, it's great, isn't it? Because then they can work together to get through the pack. GT3, you haven't had the best of days, by the looks of it.
But you're still running, and that's the main bit.
Yeah,
you know.
That's the main thing. Always keep running, get to the end, get some points. Points matter at the end of the day. But yeah, Dylan's been here the whole time, so he knows what's happening. I've been in and out as I've got stuff on as well.
I can smell burning. That's not good.
I will be straight back.
Right, not much is going on. I hope to be racing at the 4 hours of Spa. Yeah, I'm looking forward to broadcasting that race because Spa is one of my circuits, and also it'll be one of the first endurance events on the new version of Spa and iRacing. I mean, I did 24 hours of Spa. I did 24 hours of Spa this year, the special event, but it was on the old version of Spa. So yeah, it was. It'll be nice to see that. Let's see what happened there. They've gone off. Oh, they've gone off. They've done the exact same spin again. Oh, it's not looking good, but they're okay. They're still continuing on. That's the main bit. And we actually do have an overtake going on here with Berlin Esports versus Big Pig Racing Yellow. Oh, and the Big Pig Racing Yellow car goes too wide. Rebellion Esports says thank you very much, and the Rebellion Esports is ahead.
Apologies, guys. I've just been talking to a mate, so I've been preoccupied. Dylan decided to do a runner. What have I missed? Awesome. I hope to be there for 4 hours. Yeah. See you there at the 4 hour. I want to race in the 4 hour if I can. Let Dylan do this by himself. Just so I can have a little bit of a laugh. I'm on a 12 endurance there in GT3s and yeah. That was a good league. I didn't race in that, but I think didn't you guys race in that, Dylan?
Which one?
The league that Ollie ran.
Who?
Racing League.
Who's Ollie?
Huh?
Who's that?
Basic Ollie.
I don't know who that is.
Oh my god.
And we had a crash with Vortex Black, which is a casual spin. Oh, I've left it on the live screen. Let's go back.
Sorry, I'm just on my phone, so I'm very unsociable.
Yeah, I'm just looking forward to the end of a race. It's been a quiet race. I mean, not many big incidents as Road Atlanta or Sebring. Even Daytona wasn't this quiet. I mean, Daytona's focus was a team running wet tyres on a dry track.
Oh, that's not the best idea. Oh shit, I just missed the call. 1 minute, sorry guys, I'll be back again in about...
Yeah, not much has gone on. Sounds like Road America Endurance in a nutshell. Nothing happens and race ends. Yep, I want it to end. Because I'm bored. No, I enjoy doing it. I mean, when I was race director for Road Atlanta, that was carnage. Sebring was carnage. Daytona was not carnage because it's Daytona. "26 laps left. And Liam Knott. What's happened to Liam Knott? Lamborghini. I mean, no one was hurt. I just know some people have lost lap time. So lap 175 out of a possible 98. 198. So we're around about 23 laps left to go until checkered flag will come out. So yes, we're probably, as it stands, not going to see. Yeah, we're not going to see anything really. We're not going to see much evolve. But yeah. But yeah, we haven't got long left if this the race. Let's see if anything has happened really. Okay, Joey went off track. What happened here with Joey in one of the livery? Ooh, something's happened here with Matt Webber. Now, it looks like he's just gone on the karting track, but we're gonna. Was there contact? Or was it just a natural spin? It's just a natural spin, but what to burn time, let's slow down and enjoy the spin from the WMG Weber Motorsport Group car. It's a beautiful sight, isn't it? And we have another one. This time with Jay Brooker. Oh, whoops. That's definitely a trip to the pit lane. Oh, you did say 6 hours 20. What do you win? Sweat from Louis Hesketh. I'll give you context. Louis Hesketh is a sim racing driver who thinks he's a professional racing driver who wasn't allowed to do Brit car because he was underage, and also Because he got stuck to his toilet. Yeah, ladies and gentlemen, that is Louis Hesketh, former Azz Tech Racing driver, co-owner of Project 91. Got stuck to a toilet. Do you need to provide your own bottle? Probably yes. Yeah, we're not long left to go actually. Can't wait for it to be done. And it's a bit weird. I want this race to be done, and it's because it's very uneventful. Especially right now. I mean, we've had a huge amount of DNFs in this race. It's unbelievable. I mean, not much has happened. I mean, steward inquiries are pretty much done, and it's pretty much unheard of. If you go back to Daytona, we had a few post race, and if you go to Road Atlanta, we had about 20 incidents to look at post race. So it's almost quite a different contrast when you look at it compared to, the situation quite early on in the season.
Here we go. Last 20 laps or so. Have I missed a lot in the chat? Yeah, you said 6 hours 20.
Oh, fuck's sake! Excuse my language, but I just did a fucking long speech and I was muted. Yeah.
Oh.
Okay, I'm gonna. Sorry. So if we look back to this race, I think the main talking point could be SRB Motorsport. They've dominated this race, but also the fact LMP2 as a championship in whole has now opened up. It's just not just one team dominating. The championship is now wide open. Anybody could win this. The dominant teams. And the story in GT3, if you look into GT3, the story has to be Walk Racing Esports. The saying, never give up. They have not given up. Dominated in the first 2 rounds. And Road Atlanta and Daytona. Won comfortably by quite a few miles. And then going into Sebring, got taken out by WT Racing Green, by Matthew Hill. And the story of never giving up. Oh, as someone does spin, Trevor Sandholm in LD Racing, but never giving up. I know so many teams that would have given up in this moment, but they haven't. But yeah, over to you, Will.
Right, yeah. So I was just had a mate call me, so I had a quick chat with him. So obviously, someone said in the chat earlier today, 6 hours 20. They win because they may be right. What do you win? I don't know.
I said Louis Hesketh Sweat.
We could create a special role in the Discord server for guessing the correct end of the race. I don't know. Oh yeah, or we provide your own bottle.
Louis Hesketh. Yeah, I said I couldn't think of something, so I was like, let's come up with something ridiculous. I know, Louis Hesketh, the driver who is so big he got stuck in a toilet. True story. And also wasn't allowed to do 24 hours of Silverstone. Did you know that, Will? He wasn't allowed to do it.
Why?
Because he's underage.
Oh,
Toby was allowed to do it because he had turned 17 on that day. I'm trying to get some ventilation to my computer, actually. Just cool. It's not too hot, actually. It's actually a decent temperature. I'm not going to complain about my computer temp. I mean, what is it right now? I want to check. 57 degree GPU temp while running a streaming it to you on Discord. That's pretty...
yeah. So obviously,
Yeah.
because I am at uni, I don't have my full-on sim set up with me. So what do? Dylan provides the stream. I sit here and talk loads of rubbish for a day. Have my mate call me about a bit of goss with like uni goss girls and stuff, as people know. And watch some racing on here. And I reckon it's going to kick off in these last few laps. Right, we've got a thing here. W2 Bull have been taken out in the first 3 races and fought their way second in the championship.
Yeah, maybe. I think Vought Racing Esports have had more of a comeback. If I look into... The fact is, they got taken out pretty heavily, and they've climbed themselves back. You know, they're on the lead lap. I think, for me, that's pretty impressive. I mean, I think my graphics have shat themselves, I think. So, we're going to bring the timing... No, it's not me. Okay, we're going to hide. Bring back. I think it needs resetting. So, apologies. We are going to just turn these graphics off. As I know what's happened. It's opened itself up twice. Okay, that's fine. It's not shut itself now. I can see it. Yeah. WT Racing Blue. Second in the championship. Yeah, this race is going to do them a whole lot of good. I mean, I'm just going to load up the standings on SimGrid on my laptop. I mean, I don't think they can take the championship lead, but they're going to close the gap to Vought Racing Esports. What do you think of that?
The gap. Yeah, so that's great. Well, I'm one of those people. I don't always think. Everyone says iRating shows how good you are. Stereotypically, it does. Like it usually does, as we can see with this championship. But I'm someone who I don't always base how good someone is off their iRacing. So a lot of these 2K guys, they're like rapid. They're on the pace of the 7K guys. So it's great to see like everyone's got some competition out there. You don't want to walk away with it. It gets a little bit boring then, doesn't it? You want to have a bit of competition. But yeah, I think they're going to have a great fight throughout the season. So we'll be interested. The battle for P9 in... actually, no, it's a battle for P6 in GT3 and P9 in LMP2. That's very close. And we're watching the P6 battle right now.
I mean, we've got 2 battles going on. GMI Weber Motorsport Group and LNG and RN... Ellen... No, I've got on with someone else. I think this is what I want to have a look at. LNG Motorsport versus RNL Raw here. But we should also not discount this battle going on here. 0.6 of a second in the LMP2. Going to use this advantage here. The extra toe going downhill like a roller coaster, going into turn 1. He's thinking about it. He's closed the gap. Oh, there's a bit of contact there. But the battle still continues. We are going to look at these two. Ferrari versus Porsche. LNG Motorsport versus ATRL Raw.
Oh, there might be a position change in LMP2, or the gap's getting wider in LMP2. For that
Well, I mentioned it, but I think the gap between these two has
it's closer.
Closer. 6 tenths, 5 tenths, 3 tenths. I mean, you know, if it was a European circuit, like a Herman Tilke circuit, you would dive bomb. But here, you've just got to be at the right place at the right time and have the speed. You've got to remember, this is America's National Park of Speed, Road America. I've got 2 battles going on. I can't. Oh, this is a nightmare. I think we're going to have a look in the battle in LMP2 here. Car 69, Zahid Khan. He's gaining.
Oh, it's looking good. Looks like it's going to be a good end. When I was away for about 20, 30 minutes now, was there any full course yellows, any incidents, or has it actually been pretty intense?
It has been clean. I mean, there has been very, very little full course yellows this whole race. I mean, since you've been gone, none.
Since you've been gone, I haven't seen you in a long time. Think you've been gone. I'll stop singing now. Save people's ears.
Save your dignity as well.
Yeah, it's alright. I've already committed myself enough. No need for me to do it.
think we're gonna have
GP gone.
bloody hell, Will. Right,
Sorry,
we're gonna go on
I've
board
got
with
stuck in my
Zahid.
head.
We're gonna go on board with Zahid Khan here.
If anyone's in the YouTube chat and wants us to talk about anything or stuff like that, feel free to chuck it in. Dylan will be doing, actually myself and Dylan probably will do some after race interviews as well, but we'll get to the end of the race first. We've got under 10 laps remaining.
Well, R&R Raw have been overtaken by LNG Motorsport, but they're still in the back.
Oh, this is good. We've averaged about 16 watchers. Probably half of them are just ourselves on the admin team. But yeah, it's good that it's nice to have people sit here, even if we're not talking, just watching the stream, because we'll still play through stuff. Well, obviously, we might need to get some more commentators on board. If anyone is interested, go on our website, linked in the description. You can fill out a form to apply to do it, and it'll probably be looked at by James and Dylan, not myself, because if I look at stuff, yeah. Weber Motorsport are catching P6 in LMP2 rapidly. Yeah, let's have a look at that, because that's big pig racing. Let's have a look at that battle there, Dylan. So that is P6, P7. Let's have a look. That's that 5-second gap. That is decreasing. Yeah, exactly as you said, rapidly. Switch over to that one. I don't know what car we're watching now. I've really confused myself.
Yeah.
There we are. We'll see that. We'll see what happens there, because I don't know if pit stops there. Obviously, the teams will know what they're doing and what strategies they're working with. Obviously, us sitting here in the nice warm house with the wind blowing against the doors and all that, we can't really tell.
Oh, I'm loving having the wind. It's cooling my computer down. It's genuinely called my
I don't
computer
want to
down.
tomorrow. We'll have to go to the F1.
I've got my window slightly open. The wind's doing its job calling my PC. But yeah, they've come in the pit lane now, so I think this battle is relatively over. But Will, there's a battle going on, and it's a battle for in the podium positions. Suboptimal Racing Team versus ANR Endurance Esport. 58
I'll
first
keep an
5.
eye on that. That Weber Motorsports has pitted, so they go big racing. That's benefited you guys.
Well, and
They pitted.
I must just say, Martin Junk and Martin King, Suboptimal Racing ANR Endurance, pitted on the same lap. So pitted on lap 180. And by the way, there is 6 laps left of this race here in the Azz Tech Racing League Endurance Series, round 4, 800 miles of Road America. And the thing is, this race has been boring, like most Road America races, but Road America is a spectacle to watch, and we have been treated to a final few lap battle for second and third. These two teams have already definitely got a guaranteed podium place. It's all about where they finish right now. Meanwhile, Jay Brooker in the Lamborghini has gone off track. What's happened with Jay? Is it just a normal? Yeah, it's just a tiny blunder, very minimal, and he rejoins the track safely. But this battle's still going on. And when I say it has been entertaining, it's not been entertaining for the majority of the race, but it's now paying off in a roller coaster hilly circuit. 3 times second as we go down into turn 1. So all about positioning here. Suboptimal Racing will be, they're in the right position right now. They're in a very, very respectable position.
Hopefully they crash to give me my team on podium. Yeah, if first and second and third, actually first, second and third both crash, means all 3 of both of your teams get on the podium. It could happen.
Here we go! Here we go! Oh, he's been pushed off the track.
Grass.
He's on the grass. He's going for it. He's going for it. He's going for it.
Oh, he's locked it. Oh, he's letting him have it. He doesn't want to.
He's nailed it. What an overtake! That is what you call racing, ladies and gentlemen.
Dylan stating the obvious.
Not Louis Hesketh dive bomb racing, dive bombing Jake Pitt and Gabriel Yilmaz and Toby Prosser. That's not racing. That's called Louis Hesketh is too fat to drive a car. But yeah, bloody hell, Will. Thought that was my computer. Your bloody WhatsApp going off.
It's my WhatsApp. Don't worry.
Yeah. Oh shit. But still 9 times second. I think ANR Endurance. No, they're on the podium. And know that they've got nothing to lose. And I think.
All got on the grass there. Obviously pushing very hard. Not got much happening in the GT3 field. Last 4 laps of the race.
Gonna hear your WhatsApp go off again.
Alright, my phone's on Do Not Disturb, but it will when I open it.
That is. I'm really good at like James, perfectly timing pictures, and I had one of Matt.
Oh, my AirPods are about to die. Perfect timing.
Perfect timing. To be fair,
One of them has died.
well, it's lasted nearly 6. No, yeah, quite a while.
Gone over 6 hours 20 now, so whoever says 6 hours.
Yeah, you're not getting your Louis Hesketh of tears.
Yeah. We should do a poll next race. Or you, depending if I race or not. Or night. Who will win? Not who will win. How long the... Actually, it's a 4-hour race, so we can't do a poll like that. Oh. Three laps to go.
And I think it's right. We go on board with SRB Motorsport by Lynn Vinkers here. Because they have dominated. There is no other word to describe this race. They have been at the right place, right time, not put a foot wrong. You know, this is what endurance racing is about. Playing the long game. You don't play the short game, you play the long game, and that is exactly what they have done today. As you know, they've got 2 laps left, and the same can be said for WT Racing Blue. Not put a foot wrong. And that is what's made today's race stand out. The fact is, all 23 of these cars that are still out on track have, yes, they have played the long game. They haven't played the short game. They have not said, oh, we're giving up because we've been taken out. No, they have continued fighting and they have not given up. And that is the key to this race.
Right, I do apologise. My AirPods, after 6 hours, have decided to run out of battery. Now, I am just using my PC mic. There may be a bit of echo, but I'll mute myself when I'm not talking, and I'll let Dylan do the interviews at the end, just so I don't get echo. I'm still here for 2 laps. So.
But yeah, I think it's right we go and say hello to the leaders in GT3 as well. They deserve the screen time. And George Reyes in the WT Racing Blue in the Ferrari, just enjoying the last few minutes is going to be the most important thing right now. But yeah, we're on the penultimate lap here. White flag will be out very, very soon. As soon as the white flag's out, you know, that's going to be not a game changer, but it's going to signify the end of the race. I mean, last race we were very close to getting the race done under timer, but we didn't, under the required lap. But we didn't. We ended up finishing it under the timer. But today we are going to finish with a 6 hours 30. It's been an interesting race to say so. It's not been an entertaining race, but it's been an interesting race. Few full course yellows early on. The Matthew Hill, as I called it, the Matthew Hill full course yellows were deployed because W2W Racing Green had quite a lot of incidents, a bit like last week and a bit like Road Atlanta. But it's been a good race, and it's been an interesting one. Though the gaps have now spread out beyond recognition, and ladies and gentlemen, we're going to be on the white flag. So, we are on the final lap of racing here at Road America. We're on the final lap. Can't see where he is, to be fair, on the track map. 296. He's got a while. But we're on board with Vadamas Aruns. I can't say your name, and I do apologise, but the RB Motorsport car by Limpvingus here. The 23 car, the Lithuanian car, has done everything. I don't think I don't know. If that's Lithuanian or not. But yes, it is. They've done everything right so far today, and they are ever so deserving of a win. It's one of them days, isn't it? Going through the final few corners here.
It's been a great race in the end. Started off a bit rocky. Lots of delays, but in the end it seems played out well.
Ever so much so, Will, and you're correct. It has played out into the end. It has been an enjoying race to watch. It's not, as I said, not entertaining. It's been an enjoying race. And to see, this team not put a foot wrong and finally get a win here today is what we want to see. I mean, they're not that far off in the standings. I think they're going to close up the gap as they go down the penultimate corner here, going down the back straight. SRB Motorsport by Limpvingus come across the line, slowing down side by side with the sister car, and they win here at Road America. Oh, what a day! That's how you end it, side by side. And we are going to go on board with George Reyes here in the 296. He's a bit further back. The WTW Racing Blue is going to be absolutely so happy. STK Racing Esports IMSA come third in GT3. That is a confirmed podium position, and you can see we're going to get more and more checkered flags positions coming out here. And 507 suboptimal racing team, ladies and gentlemen, come across the line to take a P2, a well-deserved P2. There's no other word to describe that apart from they deserve it. And Martin Junk here in the ANI Endurance Esports, the German driver, doing everything right today, comes home and finishes in P3. And here's your winner in GT3, WT Racing Blue. Absolutely deserved it here today. And I think we should say hello. I think we should wait for this driver here in the Mercedes, Beaver Grease Racing. One of the last teams to come across the line. They're currently P2. They're on the lead lap. There's not many drivers who are on the lead lap. And as he goes through the final corner here, going down the back straight, enjoy it, my friend. You are second in the 800 miles of Road America of the Azz Tech Racing League. Ladies and gentlemen, Beaver Grease Racing come across the line a bit slowly and finish in P2. And we got, oh my word, what a race. I mean, who are we waiting for? Is it LD Racing?
LD Racing is one of the last teams, and Vortex Black. Is it that just LD Racing is who we're waiting on now to cross the line?
Yes. I think they're going slowly because I don't think they're going slowly. I think it's just where they're positioned. Wow.
All right, guys. Don't get bullied by myself. Congratulations to our winners for what was another pretty successful round, I think. Other than a few mishaps with the server right at the beginning, but eventually we'll get away with that.
I believe that is all the
thank you very much,
teams
everyone,
crossed the
for
line, so that
taking
is.
part,
Where James is speaking.
still a few things that need to be changed for future rounds, but I think for the most part we're certainly getting there, and I hope everyone enjoyed it, because I think today was a lot cleaner than we've had. I think today was the cleanest race we've had. It's at least reports that we've had so far this season. And yeah, we'll try and get the stewarding and everything else out of the way as quickly as we can over the next day or so. With standings and stuff can be updated as quickly as possible. Of course, the stewards report will stay open until 9 p.m. GMT tomorrow night. So if you feel like you want to create more hassle for me and my fellow stewards, please report in there. If you have any more incidents, if you want to be really nice, please don't. Anyway, hope everyone have a great rest of their evening, and we will see you at the end of January for Spa.
Just going through your results here. We've had 7 DNFs in today's race. Got the big pig racing cars coming across the line there. Ladies and gentlemen, that is your results. Here at Road America, drivers are welcome to do post-race interviews if they want to. Top 3, they are required.
They're not required if you don't want to talk to us.
They don't.
Dinner will be here. I'm going to jump into another voice channel real quick, and I'll jump back if anyone wants to talk to Dylan. Back.
Oh, what a race. I feel it was a better commentary coverage as well. Well done to everyone, obviously, who got to checkered flag. 100% deserved. I mean, well done, everyone. But now time for the post-race interviews, but it's optional, so not everyone has to do it. I don't think. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for tuning into the broadcast. Thank you. This is Azz Tech Racing. Azz Tech Racing League closing off to today's broadcast. Thank you very much.